after football. For a lot of players, it means going into punditry. Some turn to coaching or working in the game in other ways. But what about the rest? Some former footballers turn their sights away from the game, and there are a few big surprises. First up, from rainbow flicks to pancake flips. Ex-Chelsea and Southampton defender Ken Monku switched up his footballing career to buy a Dutch pancake house. He bought out the shop, which had been his favourite pancake spot as a child, and before long he was mixing the batter and getting behind the stove. Next, Everton legend Thomas Gravesen swapped out the high stakes of the Premier League for those of the poker room. He made over 150 appearances for the Toffees and won the Scottish Premier League with Celtic. Turned out the Danish international was pretty darn good at poker. He racked up a reported £100 million from his Las Vegas adventures. Remember former Chelsea goalkeeper Petr Cech? Turns out football nets weren't the only goals he was pretty handy in front of. After retirement, he became a goaltender in ice hockey. Same skills, very different surface. And he even won a Division 2 title with Guildford Phoenix. For ex-Liverpool centre-back Daniel Agger, it wasn't just fancy footwork that was in his blood. He was also pretty good with his hands. The Denmark international turned to tattoo artistry after he hung up his boots. He'd qualified as a skin artist while at Anfield, and he then became the co-owner of his own tattoo company as well. It's not all glamour for ex-pros, though. 1966 World Cup winner Ray Wilson set up a very different kind of business. He became an undertaker after he retired. Finally, not many people can say they've won both a World Cup and starred in an Oscar-winning film. In fact, there's only one person in the entire world who can say that. Frank Leboeuf, the former Chelsea defender, was part of the 1998 France squad who won the World Cup. He ended up marking Brazil's Ronaldo in the final and helped his side to a 3-0 win. But Leboeuf had already begun acting on the side while he was playing football, and his biggest role came some years after his retirement when he landed the part of a doctor in the Stephen Hawking biopic The Theory of Everything.
I embrace the career of acting, so I want to learn more. So seeing lots of movies is a part of my job.
To be honest, with all the dramatic diving in the game these days, there's probably tons of ex-pros who've got the acting skills to make it in Hollywood.
Nostalgia always sells. Film, music, or indeed sport make us feel something. For boxing fans older and of a familiar age to me, the names Eubank and Benn instantly take you to once felt emotion. Those feelings were reignited in April as the offspring of legends went toe-to-toe in a Fight of the Year contender. That fight created its own emotions and its own story for a new generation of fan. And tonight they look to these young men for that same high. Can they do it again? Can the sequel supersede the original? This is Fight Night Live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on talkSPORT.
I'm neither mind nor thought. I cannot be heard or cast into thought, nor by sight or smell ever caught. In light and wind I am not found, nor yet in earth and sky. Consciousness and joy incarnate, bliss of the blissful am I. The purpose of it is always that we are entertaining the public.
He's here! Both guys here! Going for it! So hard!
I have nothing to say to Nigel. I find the man intolerable in that he's so wild.
All I wanted to do was rip his head off.
After an atmosphere and a contest like this, they surely have to do it again.
What did my son want to do? Rip his head off.
Sympathy, then his toenail, sympathy, the ambulance, sympathy.
One of the toenails on my big toe fell off.
When is he going to understand? Nobody cares.
These rivalries do tend when they share their souls in the ring for our entertainment.
Never seen anything like this!
The souls and the spirits entwined forever.
Welcome to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT, streaming on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, as well as broadcasting across the talkSPORT network. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure, as always, to be in your company for these big fight nights, and alongside me, as always, the one and only Mr. Gareth A. Davies. Yes, we're in the cold of North London. It's not raining, which is always a bonus, Gareth, but hopefully the heat is going to be provided by these two young men once again, as they did in April.
The boxing gods are certainly smiling on us tonight. It's looked grey and drizzly and overcast all day. I drove into London, it looked like there was a rain cloud over the whole place, but we've had a tiny bit of rain. This stadium, every single time we come here, has a magnificence about it for boxing. It's great to be here again, a couple of rows from ringside. We're deep into the night already. The stadium's filling up, and as you say, familial nostalgia. Benn and Eubank. Can Benn finally wreak revenge tonight on Eubank?
Plenty of talking points to get stuck into. Just a little update on the night. We've had a couple of fights, as Gareth just alluded to already. In the ring right now, Richard Riakporhe is just addressing the crowd after stopping Tommy Welsh within 2 rounds, a couple of knockdowns, and then the referee stepping in to wave that one off. Just before it, though, we got a new British and Commonwealth champion crowned in Ishmael Davies. It was a cracking fight between him and Sam Gilly. A bit of back and forth through the first half of the fight. Ishmael Davies taking over in the second half and fulfilling a lifelong dream of becoming the British and Commonwealth champion in his division. So congratulations to him. And Mikey Talon delivered a knockout blow in the first fight of the night. Still plenty to come, including Jack Catterall and Echo Usman. Before we get to that main event, of course, of Conor, Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. The first time around, Gareth, was pretty straightforward to score. 116, 112, right across the board. Just explain to people tuning in why we are here again.
Well, it's unfinished business, they're calling this. It was captivating enough as a fight of the year contender to do it again. Many of us felt at the time, and even on the night, we said one and done. But there's something about this rivalry between the two families that has allowed a continuation, a continuity between the two of them. They built the narrative. There were 5 swing rounds. The judges agreed on 7 of the 12 rounds, 6 of those to Eubank in the first fight. Eubank won all the stats, by the way, on the night in the fight. But Benn has grown into the weight. Eubank wanted to fight him again. The ring is very prevalent here, and I don't mean the squared circle. I mean the ring owned by Turki Al Sheikh, who's put the 20 million up to get this fight in place. Money speaks in boxing. It's a big box office fight. It's nostalgia again. We believe Benn can wreak havoc again. But is Eubank better prepared this time? Certainly looking forward to it.
For those that weren't keeping up to date with the weigh-ins, because I know that was a massive talking point the first time around, Chris Eubank Jr. yesterday came in at 159.1 pounds, which is 0.9 underneath the 160 limit. And then today, when he re-weighed in underneath that rehydration of 170, he came in at 169.9. Conor Benn was 159.3, so slightly heavier yesterday on the scales, but slightly under the bigger Chris Eubank Jr. today, as he re-weighed in at 167.2. What did you take away from the weigh-in results over the last couple of days?
I think Eubank's made the weight better this time. Obviously, he hasn't forfeited £500,000 that they've had a bit of a back and forth on. He forfeited it to Benn, who bought a beautiful Rolls Royce for the business of it and has boasted about it or crowed about it. I think Eubank, we're going into round 13 here, aren't we? There's been a lot of talk about the weight. Eubank Sr. didn't want his son to fight at middleweight or have a second day rehydration clause, capped at 170 pounds, saying it was dangerous for his son. We know that Christopher ended up in hospital, chronically dehydrated last time, more than anything because they had a 12-round war, and he's 35 years old. He's now 36, Benn's 29. Benn looks brilliant as well. His neck looks thicker. He looks better at the weight at 160. He says he'll go back 2 weight divisions afterwards. Look, it's a big contest, this. It's Eubank's fight to lose in many ways. He's the naturally bigger, more experienced man. But if Benn can pull off an upset tonight, and it will be an upset in a sense, because he resoundingly lost 8 rounds to 4 last time. They'll probably do a trilogy.
Part of our illustrious team this evening, and he's been part of the team throughout the whole course of the week, sprinkling a little bit of sugar on all the things that we say. It is the one and only White Rhino himself, Mr. Dave Allen. Dave, we're in the stadium. What do you make, first and foremost, of these big stadium fights? They're becoming a little bit of a normality now here in the UK.
Yeah, I love it. You know, I was negative about the first fight. The second fight, I wasn't really, you know, overly positive about. But how many fights and fighters can actually fill these stadiums out? You know, we're very lucky to be here. As a boxing fan, you know, I look around, it's unbelievable. I can't wait for the main event to start, the ring walks. How many fights and fighters can do this? So we should really, or I should, be more positive about it and be grateful that, you know, British boxing's in a good place and we are doing stadium shows.
What does Conor Benn have to do differently this time around if he wants a different result come the end of it?
In my opinion, it's all on Eubank, you know, and I mean that's going to take a lot away from credit, a lot of credit away from Benn if he does win. But in my opinion, this depends on what Eubank's got left. If Eubank is as good as he was, and I think he'll be better than the first time, but there's no argument. He is on the slide. He's not as good as he once was, but I think he'll be better than the first time. I think he's prepared better, a little bit more diligent with Belmac. I think this depends on what Eubank turns up, not Benn. I think it's in Eubank's hands.
You've had experience of rematches, right? How much does that first one then play going into the second, when you've got more data, when you felt the punches that are coming back your way from your opponent, and therefore you can go and implement what you really want to do?
I've never lost a rematch, but I've drawn one, but I've never lost one. So, yeah, you know, I think the rematches I had, I was much more confident going into them. The Fisher rematch, I was very confident. I felt I won the first one. The winner of the first fight, more often than not, goes and wins the second one in better fashion. You know, Eubank won the first one, and as I keep harping on about, he wasn't at his best. There's no denying he wasn't at his best. But Benn had been inactive. Maybe has filled out the weight better. But for me, Eubank won the first one. And I think with his experience and Belmac putting the plan together, he'll win the second one in even better fashion.
Gareth, did we see the very best version of Conor Benn in April, especially at 160, a weight division that he's not normally competing at?
Well, if we did see the very best of him, then he's going to struggle tonight, because I think we'll see a better version of Eubank, unless the caveat is that he has aged from that first fight, which is the opportunity that Benn's got tonight, where he's got to attack in bursts tonight. He's got to be more salient about his work, less emotional, less wild in there. But the problem is, does that mean then he's going to have to try and outbox Eubank at points, which is going to be difficult for him? As Dave said, Bomac's a very smart guy. Brian McIntyre, the trainer of the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world right now, Terence Crawford. So all the favouritism goes towards Chris Eubank tonight. That's why I say that if Conor Benn, and we do get the unexpected in boxing, you can believe things can happen. There are Cinderella Man stories. If Conor Benn can come up 2 weight divisions and beat Eubank this time, as Dave said, in a rematch, the winner of the first one normally wins the second one. If he does do it tonight, this place, there isn't a roof, but the roof would come off if there was one.
Spencer Oliver, if I can bring you in before we send you off, obviously, for your task this evening with the one and only Mr. John Rowling. Regarding Chris Eubank Jr., we've been speaking about weight, really, throughout the course of the week, that he had to do that better coming into this. Regarding the actual contest that will get underway in a few hours from now, does he have to do anything different than he did the first time around?
No, I think the weight played a big part of the first fight. You know, we saw that at the weighing. He looked terrible. The eyes were sunken. The eyes were dark. And I know what it's like to miss weight. When you're getting older and, you know, you're struggling to hit that weight, a couple of ounces either way makes a huge difference in your performance. Chris Eubank Jr. got it clearly wrong last time. That was possibly his worst night, and it was arguably Conor Benn's best night. You know, Chris Eubank looked 2 sizes bigger than him in there, but he looked weight drained. We didn't say that at the weigh-in yesterday, by the way. He looked fantastic on the scales, coming at 159.1, so nearly a pound underweight. You know, and I spoke to his team and they said the difference this time, Spence, is that he had injuries going to the last fight. He wasn't running properly. He's now got his team in place. You know, he was with Jonathan Edwards last time. He's now with Bomac. He's instrumental in coming up with the game plans. You know, he done a great job, didn't he, for Terence Crawford beating Canelo Alvarez. So they know what they've got. They've got the team there, the strength and conditioners, the nutritionists, and they have just hit it right. And I think that we could see that. And if that is the case, Eubank Jr. could be just too good and too big for Conor Benn tonight.
I completely agree with you. Jonathan Banks, not Jonathan Edwards. He was a long jumper.
I said Banks, didn't I? Did I say Banks?
You said Edwards, but never mind. I'm just teasing you, mate. Look, I completely agree with what Spencer's saying. I think we were all alluding to it, certainly looking at Chris Eubank Jr. yesterday. He looked phenomenal, very lean, but a beautiful shape about him. And the fact he's come in under today, and he had those 10 pounds to put on, he's looked brilliant all week, very confident. Listen, we're all favouring him so much. We almost want Conor Benn to come out and do something special tonight.
Well, I think it's going to need it, isn't it, to catch fire from the first fight, because the first fight was so good. It's going to be very hard to go something in order to try and top that. In your opinion, Gareth, do you believe that Conor Benn has the power in this weight division to stop Chris Eubank Jr., or if he is going to be victorious, do you think it's going to be over a 12-round period?
Look, no one would have believed that Liam Smith was going to come and capitulate Eubank in 4 rounds in the corner of a ring 2 years ago. Look what happened to him that night. Strange things happen in boxing. It's a fight at the end of the day. Yes, it's a sport. Conor Benn has the tensile strength, determination, tenacity to come and deliver punch after punch after punch. He's not a stand-back jab merchant who fights off his jab. He comes in, he's an inside fighter. If he can get inside tonight, and if he can tire Eubank enough, he's got to work hard enough in the early rounds to take something out of Eubank. I think his best chance is late, if Eubank does tire late, Spence.
Well, I think that if you look at the last contest, after 9 rounds, Eubank was totally gassed, totally gone, but he has the discipline, he has the mental strength, and that is the difference. So I don't see Conor getting him down the back stretch. I think if Conor Benn is going to stop Chris Eubank Jr. tonight, it will be Father Time has caught up with Chris. The punch resistance has slightly gone, making that weight last time out. Body may not have recovered. That's the way I see it happening if Conor Benn is to stop him, not getting him down the stretch, because I think Eubank is disciplined and he has the engine.
Dave, who do you think's under more pressure?
Probably Eubank. He can't afford to lose to a welterweight, because that's how it'll play out. That's what Eddie will say. He wants to get whenever on the Eubanks, he'll say, you got beat by a welterweight. You're a middleweight, you lost to a welterweight. And I think while we're talking about the weight divisions, while it's an advantage for Eubank to be bigger, for the first 2 or 3 rounds, that's an advantage for Benn, the speed. If Conor Benn wins, going back to what we were saying, if Conor Benn is to win this, I think he has to do it in 2 or 3 rounds. He has to do it with his speed, he has to land early. Size becomes a factor over time, not early on. You're at a disadvantage with the speed.
Yeah, we can make inroads early, but for me, he can't sit back. I agree, can't sit back and let Benn outbox him. Eubank outbox him.
Ben has to go. He has to take the jab away from Eubank. The jab, in the first fight, the jab was the problem for Benn. He couldn't get out of the way of Eubank's jab.
Well, in the first fight, I mean, we spoke about this in the week, didn't we, Dave? Conor Benn was loading everything up. He just wanted to take Chris Eubank Jr.'s head off. There wasn't much technicalities. His jab was non-existent. He's got to set things up better this time around than he did the first time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has to be much smarter, but Ben has to use his speed. That's the only thing that Benn has on Eubank is speed. He must use it, and he must use it early before the size becomes a factor in Eubank's favour, and that will only be 2 or 3 rounds.
I don't think we can write off Benn's ability either to draw Eubank into a fight. Because if someone's coming for you the entire time, if Eubank's jab isn't timed perfectly, he is going to be drawn into a fight, because he's going to have to fight him.
For me, that's where Bomac comes in. He had the triple jumper last time in the corner. He had Jonathan Edwards in there. This time he's got Bomac. That's where the difference will come in.
Calm heads is going to be a key thing as well, isn't it, Spence? Listen, first time around, we couldn't hear ourselves think in this arena, and it was absolutely fantastic. God knows what both of those two gentlemen were doing when they were actually having a fight, and we know that Conor does fight on emotion.
Yeah, absolutely, that's exactly what it is. Conor has to keep those emotions in check, and I think that we've seen that through the week, by the way. You know, Conor's done a great job of keeping his emotions in check, and Eubank hasn't been able to feed off that, and he has to now implement that in the ring. He has to stay disciplined himself, because Chris Eubank is a very disciplined, educated fighter, and when you're talking about boxing ability, Eubank Jr.'s far above him. You know, Conor Benn is more rough. He'll try and get inside and try and wade away, but Eubank has an excellent jab. How Conor Benn beats him when you guys are talking about winning early is, yes, it's speed and timing. He has to wait for Eubank, who brings that jab back to his waist, and he has to get the timing perfect and try and get in there and land the shots, because if Eubank gets into a rhythm, it's going to be hard for Conor.
And that's right, that plays into, just to explain, as Eubank has said himself, I underestimated Conor last time. That's why I was happy to go into that toe-to-toe battle, because I thought I'd stop him. But there is a massive respect level between the two men right now as they go into round 13. Let's hope we get something special tonight, like their fathers proved in 1990 and 1993.
Well, that leads me on perfectly. I know that you're preparing to commentate on the next fight, John Rowling. If I could just jump you into this conversation quickly, mate. 1990, 1993, we got to draw the second time around. Are you starting to feel maybe the history could repeat itself this evening?
Well, it's by no means impossible, and I have to say that that second fight was a pale shadow of the first between Eubank Senior and Benn Senior. It was as though they knew the pain that they could inflict on each other, and they never got into each other in the same manner that they did at the NEC 3 years earlier. And I just wonder whether, you know, we remember the ferocity of the first fight here, and I think it's, to be frank, I know a lot of people have said it can't fail to be a great fight, and I think stylistically it will make for a decent fight, but I don't quite believe that it's going to be of the same intensity that the first one was, much like their father's wasn't.
There's a really interesting point that John makes, isn't it? Because they've got the data, they've felt each other's punches, and that tends, as we've seen in history, as John's pointing out, it does make people a little bit more wary and a little bit more tentative to go.
Yeah, and I remember 1990, 93, and me and John had dark hair then as well, by the way.
You've never had dark hair, come on.
The key is how much it's taken out of Eubank, how much more Benn has to give. Has he peaked at middleweight? Does he have more at middleweight? Can they produce another amazing performance that will delight this 60,000 crowd here tonight? That's what everyone wants to see, a flaming war.
Yeah, well...
When Conor Benn went to the Times Square event put together by Turkey Al Sheikh, the week after this event here in the April, he was like a conquering king in America. He did all the chat shows, the breakfast shows, everybody loved him. Shaka Stevenson was calling him out. Conor Benn was a star over there, wasn't he? He's become a star. This rivalry, this family feud has raised his name and his game. For me, it's Eubank's stock that loses out of this if he gets defeated tonight.
Yeah.
And he will have to go into a trilogy fight with Conor Benn.
Welcome back to the viewers that are watching us on talkSPORT on your smart TVs. This is Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I'm Adam Catterall, Gareth Davies alongside me. Dave Allen's here, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling. We're going to get stuck into our first fight and our first live commentary this evening. Kurt Scoby is on his way to the ring right now as he's just entering through the ropes. He's been brash, he's been chatting the chat throughout the whole course of the week with the guys on talkSPORT. What have you made of the American's demeanour as he heads into this big fight with Adam Azim, Gareth?
I absolutely love him. He pulled me up because I didn't know his history as an American football player at college. He was a running back, if I remember rightly, Spencer. Absolutely brilliant athlete, in and out of foster homes as a young kid. He's been delivering and throwing it at Adam Azim all week, and I think he'll come and deliver tonight.
Dave, what have you made of Adam Azim so far as a professional?
I think he's brilliant. I'm a massive believer of him. I think he's exceptionally fast, clever, powerful. I think he's the real deal. I think he's got a long way to go, but this fella, I believe, I'm just going to say how I see it, I don't think this fella's anywhere near up to the task. This Scoby. I don't think he's anywhere near up to the task.
He's a great character, though.
Yeah,
so am I, but don't win your world titles, does it?
No, but he's been great all week.
He might get a job at talkSPORT,
he's had a presence, David, all week. And he needs to have that, because Adam Azim is being set up as a future world champion. I think Azim's brilliant, by the way.
Azim will go straight through and Gareth in 3.
Listen, I think he's missed the trick not coming out to the Scooby-Doo theme track as Kirk, and let's be honest, he should have really gone for it and amped it right up. I agree with what Dave's saying. Listen, on paper it looks great. He's beating guys there that've got undefeated records, but you actually look a little bit deep into the resume of Kurt Scoby, and there's nothing really there of note. This is a massive step up for him. In Adam Azim, we are talking about a man that took Spencer Oliver's record of youngest European champion. Sorry to remind you there, Spence. But the lad has absolutely stepped up. He's been asked some big questions. Last time out against Sergey Lipinets, I thought he looked really, really good. And this is an opportunity, Gareth, for him to shine tonight on one of these Ring Magazine cards.
Yeah, on a Ring Magazine card in front of 60,000 people on the rival platform, if you like. Because next year, as he's told us, when he fights on the BBC, he's going to be pushing to be on Traitors, he's going to be pushing to be on Strictly, he's just got married, and he's been doing salsa classes.
Let's get into the ring, shall we? Because Thomas Tribe has got a microphone in his hand, and he's going to introduce you to these combatants who are going to be bringing you our first fight of the night.
Brought to you by Riyadh Season, Sella, Ring Magazine, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, and Ben Shalom for Boxer. Along with their great sponsors, Everlast, BYD, Cleans, Movember, Mr. Q Casino, and Betfred. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge, Guy Williamson, along with the World Boxing Organization President, Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor, John Handelar. Our 3 judges aside will be John Latham of England, Matteo Montella of Italy, and Stefan Nicolo of Monaco. Our referee in charge will be Howard Foster of England. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing beige with brown and weighed in officially at 139.8 pounds. Coming to us from Duarte, California, USA, he brings a professional record of 18 wins, just 1 defeat. 16 of his 18 wins come by way of knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kurt Scoby! And And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing light blue with white and weighed in officially at 139.4 pounds. Hailing from Slough, England, he is undefeated with 13 wins. 10 of his 13 wins come by way of knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, ranked number 10 by Ring Magazine, here is the undefeated Adam the Assassin Azim.
Okay guys, you know the rules. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both you watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
There you go, final instructions for our first fight of the night. Adam Azim taking on Scoby. You are listening to Fight Night Live from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on talkSPORT. The main event coming up a little bit later on as Chris Eubank Jr. takes on Conor Benn. But right now, calling you through this first fight, we've got Spencer Oliver and John Rawley.
Seconds out.
It's a 12-rounder. And Adam Azim, one of the hottest young prospects in British boxing. 23 years old, this is his 14th pro fight. He's won them all so far, 10 inside the distance, and has a great relationship with his coach, Shane McGuigan, and together they're forging a very impressive path. And it would be some upset here tonight if Scoby were to find a way to beat him.
Yep, certainly would. Scoby comes with a big knockout percentage on his record, 16 of his 18 victories inside the distance. But Adam Azim is certainly something very, very special. Won the European title in his 10th fight. Last fight, he won the IBO world title against Sergey Lipinets in an impressive performance. Can he build on that? Let's see.
For a super lightweight, he's tall. Azim stands 5'11", a couple of inches taller than Kurt Scoby. He's got a terrific physique, natural athlete. He was a good collegiate footballer. But this is a different sort of sport now, and he's going to have to raise his game tonight if he's going to find a way to beat Azim. And so far he's yet to throw a meaningful punch. Azim spearing him with that left-hand lead, mostly taken on high-held gloves. And so far Scoby is doing nothing to suggest that he's going to be able to land big punches on Azim. But with a puncher, you never know. Sometimes it can only take one.
Yep, he's got to draw Adam Azim into a fight, but Azim at the moment holding centre of the ring. Hand speed is key. He's whipping out the jabs, just threw a double jab there. Shane McGuigan, the head trainer, in the corner, and we can hear Barry McGuigan, former world featherweight champion, hollering instructions behind us as well. This is a good start here from Azim.
He turned a nice right hand in behind that jab there, turned the glove beautifully, and it was a scoring shot, and there's a jab through that high-held lead. And so far there is absolutely nothing from Scoby, who's backpedaling, gloves held high, inviting Azim in. Azim happy to respond, looking for body shots as well as those jabs, which have been the dominant punches of this opening round. And he gets in with a solid right to the body on the back of 2 more jabs.
Yep, Scoby doing a good job defensively here, but you're right, John, just moving around the perimeter of the ring, hands held high, and speed is the problem here from Azim, who whips in a left hook there as well. Good work this from Adam, showing nice composure in this first round.
Opening round coming towards an end. You heard the thumps on the ring apron to indicate that there are only 10 seconds remaining. Last few seconds, and Adam Azim wins that opening round, Dave Allen. He wins that one at a canter. He really looked good there.
Yeah, it's too easy though to start with. Scoby's got to start opening at some point. I mean, only one round gone in the 12-rounder, so it's too early to say. There's too many levels apart. Scoby didn't do a thing. I'm still not sure how good he is, to be completely honest, but Azim looks the part. I don't think Azim needs to punch as much. He's that fast. Punch a little less. Scoby's plan obviously is to let Azim throw the punches. He's going to try and catch him in between, but It's going to be a big ask from here. It doesn't look like he can do anything with him.
Yeah, very negative there in the first round from Scoby. He was very defensive, keeping his hands held up well. Adam Azim stalking forward, pushing out the jabs, just taking a look at his opponent, who's physically very strong. A dominant round there from Azim. Can he build here at the beginning of round two?
Round two.
Azim had a glittering amateur career, made his debut in 2020, and everything has worked out right so far as a pro. Tries to double up on the left jab, taken on the gloves again by Scoby, who still is just swaying this way and that, trying to duck and weave. And now at last he tries to throw a punch, doubles up on a left-hand lead, missed with a left hook before that. And will Azim continue to just boss it behind that left lead, or will he try to draw Scoby in, sucker him into something, and somehow get him into a real exchange?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do now, Azim. He's trying to be creative. He's trying to look for the openings as he whips in the left hook. The right hand comes in after that one as well. Scoby keeping those hands nice and tight, not taking any chances at all here, Scoby. Very negative so far.
And that's a little bit of a surprise after the shenanigans at the press conference and the weigh-in, when he was right in Azim's face telling him what he was going to do, but there's been no sign of that sort of aggression so far tonight, and Azim is finding it difficult to pick his way through that tight guard. Sometimes when you have a fighter who's purely in a defensive mode, it can be difficult to look good in those circumstances, and maybe Azim is finding it's going to be one of those nights.
Yep, it is very difficult, and that's why you have to be creative, and we're seeing Azim doing that now. He tries to fake the jab downstairs, whips the right hand over the top as well, and you see the left hand now of Azim going up and down. He's trying to pull the lead here of Scoby, but Scoby not taking the bait at the moment as he throws out a rare jab.
Threw one to the body and then switched to the head, and he found the target, and it was a decent jab that he landed, but Azim in no way incapacitated by it. Incidentally, Azim had his own problems at home. We've heard about Scoby, who was raised as a foster child. Adam Azim was educated at home, ADHD. His father decided that he was an aggressive kid, and boxing was the way to bring him into the world as best he could be. And my word, has he prospered on the back of that sort of advice. And as a fighter, as the two clasp centre ring, he's looking impressive so far. Of course, in this weight division, around this weight, another very talented British fighter, Dalton Smith, who's got his own big fight coming up in January, and surely at some stage Azim and Smith are guaranteed to meet.
Yep, they're on collision course for sure, but Adam Azim has to do the job here tonight, and he's done well in these opening two rounds as he finishes the round, putting Scoby under more pressure. Scoby misses a left hook wildly there, but another great round from Adam Azim, who dominated really from the opening bell, held centre of the ring, trying to be creative, trying to open the guard there of Scoby, but not really cracking the defence.
Let's go into the corner where Shane McGuigan is speaking to Adam Azim.
Don't throw your right hand from too far out. The shot to do it, he's got big arms, he's big muscle bound guy, so he blocks them straight shots great. Just keep tip, 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 he's blocking them, tip, tip, bait, bait, bing, round the side, just right hook. He'll probably come and catch with the right hand, just right hook, roll underneath, bang, over the top.
20 seconds,
okay?
20 seconds. Keep staying patient, mate.
But touch your jab, don't ram your jab before you throw your right hook. Snap your jab in between, but keep feinting, flick it, flick it, flick it, flick it, boom, over the top.
Wise words from Shane McGuigan. You're listening to Adam Azim against Kurt Scoby in our build-up to the big Benn Eubank Jr. rematch. And don't forget, you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing.
Yeah, good start to the round there from Kirk Scoby. You haven't seen much from him, but he just threw a double jab to the body and whipped the right hand over the top. Just skimmed the whiskers there of Adam Azim. A little reminder there that this kid can punch and he is dangerous. Are we going to see Kirk Scoby picking it up in this third round?
Well, let's hope so, because the fans who are here, and there's a lot of them now, starting to fill this huge stadium on a big night for British boxing. They want to see a real contest, and Scoby has again come out looking more purposeful in this third round, and you heard one thud home there, taken on the gloves by Azim, but Scoby looking more purposeful, and he's trying to work behind his own left-hand lead.
Yep, Scoby looking physically very strong, short, squat, muscular, and he looks like he's got power in those shots. His record would suggest that with 16 of his 18 inside the distance, and again doubles up with a jab and comes through with a right hand. Azim doing a good job defensively, coming back with a couple of hooks of his own. This one heating up here in the third round with 1 minute 30 seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, Scoby, if you've not seen him, he's a real powerhouse of a fighter. Those with long memories, he's like a pocket-sized Joe Frazier as he looks across to his corner as he takes another ramrod jab from Azim on his gloves, lands a left hand of his own and then feints to throw onto the body. Azim turns his hand in, lovely hook to the body, and then an uppercut behind that. Good variety of punches from Azim. Tries to throw a right uppercut as Scoby just covers up as he feints to throw a right hand.
Yeah, that was a good crunching left hook to the body there from Azim moments ago. And you saw Scoby just wincing there, brought the arm down. So maybe that's where Adam Azim needs to target the body area of Scoby and start bringing those arms down.
He was a massive gambling favourite, Azim, to win this one, and he's certainly taken the first 2 rounds, and he looks as though he's on the way to taking the third as well, as Scoby misses with a wild-looking left hook. Good body shot from Azim. The gloves came down momentarily, and Azim clips Scoby with a right cross as well. Good, solid left hand, and he's doing better now in the closing stages of this third round. Let's hear from Dave Allen maybe at the end of this round and get a read on how he's seeing it. But Azim, after weathering a few solid blows from Scoby, he's doing well in the latter stages of this round. Dave?
With a minute to go in the second, Azim hurt Scoby quite bad with a right hook. Scoby come out for round 2. I think the corner said to Scoby, you need to go and be a little bit more aggressive. You're a bit of a sitting duck. Come out a little bit more aggressive. Azim is pulling out, pulling away from the shots, just leaning back. He's lucky, Scoby's catching, but he's only got short arms, only catch one end of the punches. Azim's got to be careful, get his chin down, and he has to make the punches miss by maybe not going underneath him, but catch a few and slip a few. He's just leaning back. He's not taking his hands, he's just taking his head back. Azim, I think, listen, it's a shame we're going to the end of the second round. The straight punches aren't working. Yeah, Scoby has a very good tight defence. Have to start going round the guard and up the middle.
Spencer, he won that round though convincingly. It's now 3 out of 3.
Yep, another dominant round there from Adam Azim. We saw more from Scoby in that round, but Adam Azim finished the round very well. Body shots could be key here.
You're listening to Azim against Scoby from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on talkSPORT. We go now into round 4. Build up to our main event, the big one, the big rematch. Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn. That's coming up roundabout. Well, they're going to be doing ring walks soon after 9:30. Main event, we're hoping, is going to be brought to you round about 10 o'clock.
Yep, really looking forward to that one. We've got a good little contest on the go here. The vacant WBO Intercontinental Super Lightweight title. Adam Azim looks to add more bling to the belts he's already got, and he's started this contest very well. 3 rounds in the bank for me, in this 4th round, dominating again as Scoby misses wildly with the left hook. Adam Azim comes back with a good short right hand of his own.
Quality boxer, Azim. He's got power, but he's got lovely shape as well. Stands tall, 5'11", commanding centre ring. Fires out that left-hand lead again, then switches to the right hand, aims a body shot, but Scoby was cute to it and backpedaled away, still keeping that high, gloves-up, peekaboo sort of style, and he's really not committing, maybe just waiting and hoping that somewhere down the line he's going to get his opportunity. He's gambling because he's letting rounds slide away. He's hoping that somewhere his big punches will find the target.
Yep, he is gambling, John, because Adam Azim has been here before. He's building up experience all the time, and with the intensity that Scoby's putting on here, Adam Azim will deal with this all night long.
It's one of those boxing cliches, isn't it? You don't build a big house without good foundations, and Adam Azim has put these fights together and built up a good resume in his first, what have we got, 18 fights, 19 fights as a pro, and he's looking good again here tonight as Scoby came forward with his head and referee Howard Foster stopped the action to tell him just watch yourself. And Scoby now coming forward, looking a bit more purposeful, aims a right hand over the top, but it was able to be slipped comfortably by Azim, who waits for Scoby to commit himself. Scoby looking to throw big hooks spasmodically now.
Yep, Azim controlling the space in there at the moment as he just gets out of range again, and speed is factor here for Adam Azim, and Kirk Scoby can't deal with that as Azim whips in that right hook to the body as well. Another good shot. Scoby just misses with a big right hand of his own, but this is all Adam Azim again.
Scoby may have natural power. He's getting another telling off from referee Howard Foster here, and he's saying, listen to me, listen to me. Scoby theatrically bows and says, yes, I hear you, and the action continues. But this is another round, I would have thought, to Adam Azim, and it's reaching the point now where Scoby has simply got to gamble. He's got to take some rounds pretty soon, or this one is going to fall away from him.
Yep, another round in the bank there for Adam Azim, who dominated really from the opening bell, working well with the jab, switching the shots up, showing good variety in that round, and slowly chipping away here at Kirk Scoby as the rounds are falling away from the American. He needs to do something. He needs an injection of pace, a little bit more menace around his work here, Scoby, or this fight is going to slip away. Another good round in the bank for Adam Azim.
Hector Bermudez is the coach of Kurt Scoby. I wonder what he can be saying to try and get him into this, because as much as anything, it's his footwork, Dave, which is letting him down. He's not getting into range.
He's just being outsped, hands and feet, you know, he's just a little bit too slow. Azim, defensively, for me, there is holes in his defence. Azim uses reflexes instead of using good defensive technique at times. If I'm Scoby, I think I'll start looping his punches over the top, really, at this point now. Get close and fire him over the top. Azim's leaning back.
Well, he's got to gamble. There was a jab there from Scoby and another one which find the target. That's more like it, more purposeful from the American. Born in Pennsylvania, lives in Pennsylvania, but now fighting out of New York. He's taken all the rounds so far, Adam Azim, on Spencer's card, and I can tell you that Carl Frampton commentating on DAZN, and if you want to watch this fight, it is live on DAZN right now. He also has it 4-0 to the man from Slough, Adam Azim.
Yep, Azim been dominant right from the opening bell. It's a calculated performance from Azim. He knows the American Kirk Scoby is very, very strong, and he's not taking any chances. And Dave, he's keeping that distance well, isn't he? And that's where he's controlling this fight.
Yeah, I think he's boxing really well. I think he may have felt the, I think more the physical strength than the power, actually. Scoby, I don't think he looks actually that powerful, really, but I think he looks very strong. You know, you can tell with his build, he's a very strong man. He's doing a good job, really. He's breaking him down. I think Scoby probably a little bit better than I gave him credit for, to be honest. I think he's doing the right job, really. It looks a bit of a dangerous job at times, so, you know, get behind the jab and break him up bit by bit, and you have to go the 12, you have to go the 12.
Azim, a couple of jabs, scoring shots, tries to follow up with the right cross, partially blocked by Scoby, whose gloves are down low now, a little bit contemptuously inviting Azim to come in. And again, Azim tries to double up behind that left-hand lead. Then he switches the attack to the body, whips in a left hook underneath that right elbow of Azim, who has, as you heard Shane McGuigan say earlier on, he's almost got a muscle-bound physique.
Yep, he certainly has. And Scoby, as you say there, boxing out that peekaboo style, is starting to drop that left hand drawing his opponent in Adam Azim, but Azim not taking the bait here, keeping the distance well. He's not falling for that trap because he recognises speed is key here. And for Scoby to get himself back into this one, Dave, he needs Adam to hold his feet.
To me, Scoby looks like he's run out a little bit of ideas, to be honest. I think he's feeling the pace a little bit. He took a few shots. You know, he's catching on his guard, but they do take a lot out of you. I think he's running out of ideas, to be honest. He's starting to pull a few faces. You know, he's trying to goad his team, but this round's been probably his poorest round since the first. It looks like he really is running out of ideas now.
Scoby's had 3 stoppage wins in 2025. His 1 defeat. He was stopped in the 6th round. Now he does get into range, tries to unload a big right hand, unable to find the target, and Azim gets him into an untidy clinch. Referee Howard Foster splits them, and now Azim just goes back to his corner and gives Scoby a bit of a look as he does so. Adam Catterall, how are you seeing?
I think it's a walk in the park so far for Adam Azim. I feel quite frustrated for him because I knew on paper that this was a relatively straightforward fight for him. The levels between Azim and Scoby are vast. But Scoby's just stood in front of him with his hands up and he's not letting anything go. If you've got any ambition of trying to win this fight, you have to throw some type of volume. You've got to get on his chest, you've got to make him work at a quicker pace that he's currently working at. This is cruise control right now for Adam Azim. I just thought that Scoby opens up a little bit, which then might provide an opportunity for Adam Azim to go through the gears, because right now we are cruising to a quite comfortable points decision, gentlemen.
I think that's probably absolutely right. He's done everything right so far, Adam Azim. He's not been looking uncomfortable at any stage. And how can Scoby find a way into this fight? That's the big question.
Yeah, well, that's quite a simple answer from me for that one. He needs to let his hands go, Scoby, and he's not doing that at the moment. The small glimpses of that we've seen from him when he does let his hands go, he looks strong, he looks powerful, but we're not seeing enough of it. This kid needs to start gambling now. He needs to throw his hands, he needs to let everything go, let the kitchen sink go as well.
As a song once said, we've got some work to do now, and he really does need to work hard to find his way back into this fight, and he doesn't look as though technically he's got the ability to do so.
Do you know what, John? There's no sense of urgency around his work. This is his big opportunity on the big platform. He has to take this one. He's been waiting patiently. We know what a tough life he's had. You go, now this is it. When you get presented this opportunity, you have to go for it.
And he's getting the riot act read to him by Howard Foster. He had his forearm into Azim's neck, pushing his head back, and Howard Foster's warned him before for flagrant breaches of boxing regulations, and that was another one, and I don't think that he'll get away with too much more. Body shot from Azim, and Scoby tries to respond with a big right hook, the overhand right that Dave Allen was advocating, but he couldn't find the target, and again it has to be Howard Foster who splits the two of them as Azim lands another left-hand lead. He's not been able to land real power shots of his own as yet. We thought earlier on that maybe Scoby was getting a bit discouraged, having taken a couple of body shots, but he's still in there and still fancying it and still waiting and looking for that one big punching opportunity.
Yeah, Azim obviously respecting the power of Scoby, so he's not taking any chances. He's chipping away, working everything behind the jab. Scoby physically very strong, and looks like he carries a punch as well as he whips that right hand round the side there, and another one goes in there as well. But the problem he's had here, Scoby, Dave, is that he's leaving his feet behind and he's falling short for the shots, reaching for the shots and allowing himself to get countered.
Yeah, he's throwing a pretty desperate left hook. He's thrown it about 30 times the last nearly 6 rounds. It's not landed one time. His feet aren't quick enough. He's throwing from too far away. Azim's just too good for him, really. I'm not so sure it's a lack of effort. I just don't think he's good enough, to be honest.
He keeps on trying, and there's just over 30 seconds remaining in this 6th round, nearing the halfway stage of the fight. And well, you never know what the judges are seeing, but we've given every round so far to Adam Azim. An interested spectator, and an interesting spectator at ringside, of course, is Barry McGuigan, father of Shane McGuigan, sitting at ringside and watching Adam Azim's progress. And in a moment, Gareth is making his way across to the former world featherweight champion, and we'll be hearing just how he reads what's going on so far. For me, that's another round for Azim. It's all yours, Gareth.
Indeed, we can hear Barry McGuigan behind you during commentary at the moment. You haven't been quiet for a moment. How are you seeing it so far, Barry?
He's won every round so far, but I want to see him stand with this guy a little bit more, but use his jab to keep his reach so that when those shots go over his head, he can respond after hitting him with 2 shots. Then he has a second phase and hits him 3-4 more shots, because I think that's going to do the difference and make a difference, because this kid's very solid, very strong.
You said he's
dangerous, by the way.
He is dangerous. I notice it's mainly single punches as well, and Shane, your son, we know how good Adam Azim can be. Could be a future world champion. Not letting him off the leash yet, though.
No, not yet, because he knows that this kid is still dangerous, and so he's got to take the sting out of him and then put the combination together down the stretch.
Benn or Eubank tonight?
Benn, I think.
Thank you, sir.
That was what was in the Daily Mirror this morning, and it got quite a flurry of interest among boxing fans who watched what Barry saw, and he feels, I think, that the time is right for a changing of the guard. And I tell you what, if Benn wins, that quite clearly would set up another huge fight, a third fight, maybe a decider in what would be one of British boxing's great trilogies. But that's yet to come. We will see.
Yeah, really looking forward to that one. That one promises fireworks for sure, with everything that both guys have got on the line. And right now we've got Adam Azim in the ring, looking to add another scalp to his belt and win the WBO Global Intercontinental title.
At his stage, it's all adding experience, and beating a squat, powerful opponent like this, you know, that's something he's going to have to do. And there's more conversations here from Howard Foster, and he might be he's taking a point away from Kurt Scoby, who looks baffled. He can't understand it, but there was holding and pulling, and you can't say he wasn't warned, Dave Allen. That was coming.
Yeah, I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference with the scorecards. Hopefully it makes Scoby a little bit more aggressive, maybe has a bit more of a go. Azim now really is starting to put a bit of pressure on now. You know, we're only in the 7th. I say the only, you know, 7 rounds is a long time, but there's still a long way to go as well. Azim now really starting to go through the gears here.
Landed a terrific left body shot as you were speaking there, Dave, and then brought in a left uppercut behind it. Scoby trying to throw punches in close, trying to get in the pocket, but he absorbs another terrific left hook to the solar plexus from Azim, and there's a real quality about Azim's work.
Yeah, stamps his authority in this round here, Adam Azim, and he's letting those shots go with venom, and we just started to see Scoby getting moved there. He looks to the corner as one of the shots land. Is he starting to lose a little bit of soul here, Scoby?
It may well be. It's a tough fight, and it's getting tougher for Kurt Scoby, because he's taking some really heavy body shots from Azim, and he's on the back foot now, slumped onto the ropes just above where Barry McGuigan's sitting in that corner, and he's coming in strong now, Azim, turning shots from body into uppercuts. Great work from Azim, and nothing really coming back from Scoby. A couple of pitter-patter punches, a left hand and a right hand, but another great left hook to the body from Azim, and the referee is now having another word from Scoby, because I think there was a low punch in there.
Yeah, well, it seemed to be borderline. Adam Azim was complaining about it, Scoby wasn't happy about it, but both guys go back into action as we hear the 10-second clacker go. Azim again slamming in the right hooks to the body. Good work this from Azim. Lovely right uppercut as well.
I wonder how much Kurt Scoby has got left. He just looks, to my way of seeing it, that he's just starting to unravel a touch. Let's go into the Scoby corner, where he's with his trainer, Hector Bermudez.
Let's go. This is your time, baby. Let's go.
You got to step up. You got to choose. You got to choose your offense. You go offense. You got to choose. You need better defense for the value.
This is your time.
cheers of the crowd, which you can hear over that corner work, is from the huge screens above, where 60,000 fans see a somewhat theatrical arrival of the two camps. First Chris Eubank and his father, and now we see Conor Benn arriving at the stadium, and there's once again a real partisan atmosphere here.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I tell you something, Conor Benn left with a lot more credibility back in April in this very same stadium for everything he showed in that ring there. And did you hear the roars of the crowd as Conor Benn walks in there? Very interesting, very much a divide in the fans here with Eubank and Benn. One thing we can guarantee, John, is an exciting fight in an hour or so.
Well, when you've got people like Barry McGuigan tipping Conor Benn to win, that commands respect. And you know, increasingly through the week, I think there's been some high-profile figures who've suggested that Benn might be the man tonight, and that's been reflected in the odds, because it's becoming closer and closer to being a pick-em fight.
Absolutely. Listen, at 36 years of age, we don't know how much that last fight took out of Chris Eubank Jr., the struggles to make the weight, and all the pantomime that surrounds that as well. You know, you just got to ask yourself the question, could it be Conor's night? We find out soon.
Well, now it's Azim who's working away on Scoby's body, trying to get those gloves to drop to create the opening for big headshots, which might really put Scoby into reverse gear. Scoby coming forward bravely, lands a left hand under right hand to the Azim body, but there's a sweet, fast, crisp uppercut by way of response from Azim, and once again Howard Foster just has to separate them. Oh, there's a right hand from Scoby, little reminder to Azim. He landed a body shot, left hand to the body, and back came Scoby with a right hand over the top, and I think that Azim felt the weight of that.
Yeah, Azim now trying to push Scoby on the back foot, take him out of his comfort zone, break his game plan, but Dave, by doing that, he puts himself in the firing line and actually gives Scoby an opportunity.
Yeah, if Azim pushes Scoby back, you would think it's job done, but this round Scoby's had a bit more of a go. If Scoby is a puncher, we have to say Azim's passed a bit of a chin check, but at this stage now, for me, it's more of a case of can Scoby see the final bell? You know, it's pretty one-sided now. Scoby's had a go, but he looks to be feeling the pace a little. I'm not sure he's going to get through it, to be honest.
Well, he put in a bit of an effort in the early stages of this round, but now here comes Azim, thundering in body shots. So it's an uppercut and a right cross, and now Scoby does no more than just cover up on the ropes in that corner where Shane McGuigan is giving rapt attention to the progress of his prodigy Adam Azim, and Azim is winning this round as well. Scoby had good moments in the early stages, but here comes Azim. 2-3 more big solid body shots taken well by Scoby, but that is yet another Azim round, and I tell you what, I've got it as a complete shutout here.
Yeah, absolute shutout. Adam Azim has dominated right from the opening bell. That was the best round for Kirk Scoby. He tried to roll the dice a little bit, tried to have a go, but in the last 30 seconds or so, Adam Azim quickly turned that around, landed some good body shots. One of them landed, and Kirk Scoby just seemed to slump on the ropes a little bit. And Dave, you just wonder how much more of this Kirk Scoby can take, or can he even turn it around?
I'll be honest, I underestimated this man massively. Much tougher than I thought. I don't think he's the greatest fighter though, but he's super tough. He took some body shots. A lot of fighters could have easily turned it in by now. I think the fight as a contest was over maybe 6-7 rounds ago. I don't think he's on the same level, but he's very, very tough. Will he see the final bell? I'm not so sure. I think Azim will keep upping it now.
A reminder that you can watch along with us at ringside. Many of you, I'm sure, are doing. Here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, head over to talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn, live on talkSPORT, and we've given every round in this support fight between Adam Azim and Kirk Scoby to Azim, and we're now into the 9th round of a 12-rounder.
Yeah, and Azim now very much on the front foot. Kirk Scoby moving around the perimeter, trying to draw Azim in to land one of his big shots, but Azim first off to the punches is very workmanlike here, and Scoby showing a lot of character at the moment, a lot of resilience to be hanging in there, because he's slowly, systematically getting broken up here.
Well, you can certainly give credit to his toughness and ability to stay in there. I'm pretty certain his real danger punch is that right hand, and if Azim gets careless and walks into it, if he allows that left hand to drop, then that is the danger punch from Scoby, but he's not really been able to connect with any regularity so far. There've been a couple of liveness that Azim's had to take, but the young lad from Slough, 23 years old, lovely stylist, has boxed very well tonight.
He certainly has, and that's the word you used there, John, if. That is a huge word in boxing. If Adam Azim switches off, if he holds his feet, if he stays disciplined, he gets this job done very, very easily, because he's slowly breaking Scoby up here, who's now happy to be moving on the back foot, and is slowly losing heart here as he waves Azim in. But that's because I think he's run out of ideas.
And he's running out of gas as well. He took a couple of really solid body shots, and there's a bit of kidology from it, as much as to suggest you're landing big punches, yes, but you're not really doing anything. And now he tries to come back with a right hand over the top, the one I suggested that would be the danger punch so far as Azim's concerned, but he couldn't find the target, and you hear another terrific left hand and another one go thundering in from Azim, who complains about one which may have come low from Scoby.
Yeah, but that shot definitely wasn't low. Adam Azim landed a couple of good body shots, and Scoby wasn't happy about that. His corner weren't happy as well, but is that just desperate measures from Team Scoby as he's under pressure again? Big 1-2 goes in again. Scoby waves him in, but you've got to wonder how much more of this he can take.
Well, he waved him in, and at the same time, just before, he'd looked for a bit of support from the referee, and I always think when a man starts complaining to the referee, it's just about game up. Now, let's go into that Scoby corner and hear how Hector Bermudez is trying to rouse his man.
You got to be more calculated with it. You got to be smart. You had the lateral trap a couple of times. Inside, make a move or something at whatever angle, and then you go on. You keep loading up. He's not going to be there for those big shots. You got to set those shots up. I don't give a fuck if it's a little feint. Then go on. I'm telling you, that 1 to 6 threes there, right? On the inside, I need you to disengage something, to smothering the shots, right? Either get under them and go on them.
True enough, Spenny.
Yeah, great advice in the corner there.
Got to set it up rather than just try and bludgeon him out.
They're saying to him, listen, son, you just keep loading up the shots. This kid's too smart. He's not going to be there for that. He's too quick. He's quick on his feet, quick in his hands. His IQ's too good. You can't load up with a single shot. Move your feet in range and let those shots go.
Well, he's running out of time to do it. We're into the 10th round of a 12-rounder here in support to the big one, which is coming up later on talkSPORT. We've been talking about it on the channel all week, and of course it is huge. Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn, the big rematch. We're all absolutely gripped by the prospect, which is coming closer, of, we hope, another great fight.
Yep, I'm sure we're going to get another classic here in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and as you look around the stadium, there isn't any seats at all. I think everyone knows they're in for something quite special. And we've got a good little contest going on here as well. Adam Azim and Scoby. Azim, workmanlike, dominated this one right from the opening bell. The question is now, can he get this job done inside the distance?
Well, frankly, it's looking a bit unlikely now, because although the work rate of Scoby has dropped and he's increasingly looked for single shots to find a way back into this contest, he's not put Azim in any real sustained difficulty at any stage. Azim comes closer again, dips his shoulder, throws a solid left hook into the body, and the referee tells him off about dragging his man on to the punches.
Yep, Another good round here, Dave Allen. I'll bring you in here. How does Adam Azim get this job done inside the distance? That's what he'll want now. Show real finish. You know, make a statement here against a very tough guy in Kirk Scoby, but he's very, very, very resistant, isn't he?
He's looking very unlikely now, but you have to give a lot of credit to Scoby as well. Very, very tough. He's put himself in the shot window. You know, unfortunately for him, not for big fights, but you know, for up-and-coming prospects, everyone want to box him. He's super, super tough, and he's pretty clever as well. Azim, for me now, I don't think Scoby's dangerous anymore. I don't think he's dangerous anymore. I don't think on the back foot he holds the same power. He needs the momentum, the build of him. He needs to be coming forward, winging the shots in. I think the danger's gone now. It's easier said than done, but if I'm Adam Azim, I'm just letting my shots go now. Let him go up the middle. I don't think he's done enough with the right hand. There's not really... He's throwing it straight where, and we need the right uppercut, the right hook. I think the right uppercut and the right hook are the punches. Scoby's got used to the left hand, and the right hand straight is just being blocked by the tight guard. So we need to see something different now for a stoppage, I think.
That's the voice of the White Rhino, the Yorkshire heavyweight, Dave Allen, who, when you talk about tough men, and Kurt Scoby is surely one of those, then there are very few heavyweights around right now who are tougher than Dave Allen, and great to have him with us here at ringside. And the bell goes to end the 10th, and that has to be yet another round for Adam Azim.
Yep, certainly is another round for Adam Azim, who's been chipping away the whole time, dominating each round. Kirk Scoby has been looking for those single right hands over the top, but never seems to have landed anything. And another good round in the bank for Azim.
Let's see if Shane McGuigan is thinking that maybe Azim can finish this one now.
A little tap, 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 bump. Tap, tap, bump, bump, bump. Okay? You're loading up the first. You're loading up that. Bang! Just put the next on it. Bump, 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 bang. All right, put it together.
Work both sides as well, Adam.
Don't go forcing too much. Yeah. Listen. All right? Left to the body. The more you throw that left to the body, the more you're going to go boom, boom over the top. Okay?
The boom boom, that's the left hook to the body, and that right hand to follow up on that one. And that might be the bingo punch if he can find it now, but he's only got 6 minutes remaining.
Well, listen, Dave Allen's already said it. Kirk Scoby, maybe the punch power has gone out of him a little bit, and that's his main asset, his main weapon. So for me now, Adam Azim, let's make a statement. 2 rounds to go. Let's see you go through the gears. Phase 1, phase 2. A little bit of acceleration now.
16 of Scoby's 18 victories have come inside the distance. He can punch, but so too can Adam Azim, who's standing tall centre ring, making Scoby fall short with a couple of speculative hooks, but then he does get in with a left to the body, and then responds, Adam Azim, with a left hook of his own, which thundered onto the fleshy midriff of Scoby. You heard it thunder home, power in that shot.
Yep, he really ripped that shot in, didn't he? And Scoby tried to come back with a couple of big right hands of his own. That was nice work there from Adam Azim, who just changed the angles, stepped round the side, and Scoby for the first time looking a little bit amused by that. That's maybe what Adam Azim needs to build on now.
And he's also trying to throw his jab now, is Scoby, belatedly trying to work off it, and came lunging in with a huge overhand right. And here comes Azim, couple of body shots. Scoby trying to hold centre ring, trying to produce some aggressive moves to offset the dominance of Azim, which has been in evidence throughout most of the fight so far. We're in round 11 here of this super lightweight contest here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as we move towards our main event, Chris Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn, the big one coming up, the big rematch. What a fight it was in April. We're hoping that it might be something similar tonight. Azim has surely got this one won now, and unless he does something stupid and hangs his chin out, there's now only 4 minutes for Kurt Scoby, the man from the United States, to find a way back.
Yeah. Oh, big right hand there from Azim, and Scoby's legs totally gone. He done a little dance, tied up Azim there.
Great shot, but I tell you what, hasn't Scoby got a chin? He's hanging on, trying to buy seconds, but he's still in a bit of a funny land here, and Howard Foster looking at him saying, are you all right? I don't think he is. And here comes Azim again, trying to finish it here in the closing stages of the 11th, looking for big headshots. Scoby desperately trying to find a way to buy seconds, looking for a way to hold on. Another big right hand from Azim and a left uppercut. Last few seconds of the round. Big right hand again from Azim. Switches the attack from the head. Body shot and the right to the head. It's been all Azim so far. He's indicating to the referee that there's something wrong, and he is absolutely bemused and dazed as he goes back to his corner. And if I was in that corner, I wouldn't be letting him out for the last round.
John, he's in desperate trouble there. He was trying to speak to his corner, but that was because he was concussed. He was totally gone. The shots were landing, the legs were all over the place. This kid was in desperate trouble there. The corner needs to have a serious think about before sending him out here for this 12th and final round, because he's miles behind on the scorecards and he's in desperate trouble.
Howard Foster has been at the centre of controversy for stopping fights too soon. This is one where there's an argument that he's allowing it to go on too long.
As far as the referee's concerned, I don't think the referee has been called to stop it yet, but the corner should be stopping it. This fella hasn't won a round. Why send him out? If Azim lets the right hand go instead of being so light on the left, this is over this round. Azim needs to use the right hand. He's over-reliant on the left. Tonight, the job will be done with the right hand.
Well, he's looking now to find the punch to finish this contest. Bravely, Scoby comes out on the front foot, lands a left hook to the body, but back comes Azim with a solid right-hand counter over the left lead of Scoby, who comes in close and lands a clubbing right hand into the body of Azim, who's waiting maybe for Scoby just to blow himself out in the early stages of this 12th, and then as he tires, the openings will come, and there's a big right hand from Azim, and again Scoby's chin. What a tough man this guy is.
I tell you, he shows some character, Scoby, because he was in desperate trouble there, and he started this 12th round quite well, and we've just seen another massive right hand, big left hook going there as well from Adam Azim. But to his credit, Scoby, he's holding him to the ring and he's giving it a go here in his 12th.
Well, what a brave man. There have been so many incredibly brave fighters who've come over from the United States in fights in the past, and now here comes Azim again. He's caught him with a couple of headshots, an uppercut and a cross, and Scoby holds on desperately. There's still more than half the round to go. Azim lands another big right hand, and Scoby falls into his arms, and the referee surely will have another close look at Scoby before too long. Left uppercut from Azim, and the right over the top of the gloves, and Scoby backs into his own corner. Here comes Azim, big left hook, and he almost falls Scoby, and the referee's taking a close look at him, and he's gone down, he's taken a knee, and I think the referee really should be stopping it here if they don't throw the towel in the corner. He looks a look of desperation towards his trainer, and Howard Foster's ended it, and that is absolutely right. It could have come sooner. Adam Azim takes him out in the final round. A good performance from Adam Azim, systematically bust him up and got more and more on top the further it went. Almost impossible, incredible bravery from Kurt Scoby, but my goodness, he took too much.
Yeah, Howard Foster has been in the centre of some controversial decisions in the past, but that one he got spot on there. Great refereeing. Kurt Scoby was being too brave for his own good, was under heavy punishment there, Dave. His legs were totally betrayed him. He was gone, and I thought that was a great stoppage.
So do I, and Howard's under a bit of pressure lately. It would have been very easy for him to let it carry on. I think it was a great stoppage. Scoby was brave, but no more brave than his corner. His corner complaining at the stoppage. They should have the towel ready. Arguably, he should have gone out for round 12. The towel should have been in.
As you say, though, it's potentially a life changer for Kurt Scoby. If he'd won this one, he's right up there, but he was never looking like it.
He was never in the fight. He never won a round. He was badly hurt in the 11th. He should have, for me, Adam him out in the 11. Fair enough, let him have another go. As soon as he's put over, he took a knee. A man as brave as that, when he takes a knee, he's game over, he's done. All the fight's gone out of him. There was complaining in the corner, terrible, really.
Yeah, I can't really see what they were doing there, because Adam Azim absolutely, utterly dominated that fight. And it brings the question as well, as he moves forward, just how good is this lad?
Well, that is the million-dollar question, isn't it? He won the European title in his 10th fight. That tells you that he can fight, and now it's going to be harder to hold him back than let him go. And he's delivering. Each job he's doing is another step up. It's a great development. He's got a little bit of international experience now with the American Scoby. And it's not going to be long before he's challenging for world honours. That will definitely come in 2026. A mouth-watering contest with Britain's own Dalton Smith is on the horizon. With a performance like that, we could see that sooner rather than later.
Well, confirmation of the verdict will come in a moment from Thomas Triber. Barry McGuigan is lurking not too far away, and I'm sure he'll give us a bit of an insight into what the future might hold. There's going to be, I'm sure, a real move towards world title challenges for this lad, Adam Azim, who to me looks a very assured, confident young man, and he hasn't got, on the face of it, too many weaknesses.
No, he certainly hasn't. And Dave, I'm sure this kid can go on to world honours if they keep performing like that. He seems to be improving, only 23 years of age, and only a matter of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 1 second of round number 12. Our referee, Howard Foster, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout. Still undefeated, and now the WBO Intercontinental Super Lightweight Champion, Adam the Assassin Azim!
Great performance from Adam Azim, getting the job done here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. You listen to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. Plenty more action still to come. Before we continue though, let's cross over to David Tanner, who's watching the World Cup qualifier between Greece and Scotland for talkSPORT. Dave, what's going on, mate?
Well, it's Greece 1, Scotland 0. Scotland, if they avoid defeat, have a chance of qualifying automatically for the World Cup, but the Greeks are out of contention for the Americas tournament next year, are ahead. Tassos Bakasetas got the goal. Since then, it's been all Greece. They've had 9 attempts at goal to Scotland's 0. Craig Gordon's made 4 big saves, the veteran, back in the team tonight at the age of 42. It's Greece 1, Scotland 0 with 10 minutes until the break.
Elsewhere, Wales are in action in the autumn international against Japan, and Hamish Stewart is watching for talkSPORT.
And it was incredible drama here at the Principality Stadium as Wales won this game with the last kick of the game. It finished Wales 24, Japan 23. Jared Evans, the outside half, who had come on just a couple of minutes earlier, had a penalty kick to win the game from wide out, just outside the 22. And even though he'd just been on the pitch for a couple of minutes, he nailed it to bring Wales victory against Japan and secure 12th seeding going into the World Cup. Wales 24, Japan 23.
Hamish, thank you very much. Back at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Barry McGuigan very kindly has given up a couple of minutes to come and join us. Obviously, your son is the chief corner of Adam Azim, and through 12 rounds there, he was absolutely magnificent. Punch perfect, won every single round and got the finish in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I said to you guys sort of in the round 10, these guys that work in the corner and aren't experienced can end up getting a guy seriously hurt. That kid should have been pulled out certainly 2 rounds before that. He got the mother and father of a beating. He never won 1 round. He never even won 30 seconds of a round. He got absolutely battered. And you know, when that sort of thing is happening, you as a cornerman have the responsibility of that young kid's life in your hands, and you should pull him out because he will never recover from that beating. He got absolutely battered, and he will never be the same fighter again after that. It's just too much.
I absolutely, completely agree with you, Barry. From Adam's point of view, you've been there many, many times when I've no doubt there's been a fighter covering up, making it difficult to find those openings. Yeah. How impressed were you with Adam, the way that he kept his composure, kept his cool, and kept to the job?
Absolutely, he's a work in progress. He's very close to a world title fight. He still has things to improve on. We're not stupid. We know that we know how to do this. Shane has done it 10 times already. We're going to take this guy carefully. He's got a massive following, and he is going to be a great fighter. He's going to be the world light welterweight champion, and I feel sure that he'll slip up into the 147-pound division too. But there's still things to learn. He still has to fight, you know, somebody. I mean, Kurt Scoby had 18 fights, you know, 17 wins and 16 knockouts. You could see why he was cautious. You could see why he was using that jab and breaking him down slowly, because you just don't walk into a thunderstorm. You use your boxing intelligence and you break guys down and then you take them out. That's exactly what he done. And I just was disappointed with the corner, because, you know, you're supposed to, your job above all is to protect your fighter.
Completely agree. Barry, enjoy the rest of your night.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your time. Do stick with us, because we've got Jack Catterall versus Echo Osman coming up very, very shortly. And then, of course, the main event tonight, live on talkSPORT, is the big one between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. And during that fight, we saw both men arrive, smiles ablazing, ready to rock and roll, live here on talkSPORT. It's coming up shortly. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium tonight for Fight Night Live. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure as always to be in your company as we bring you several live fights. And the big crescendo tonight is our main event as Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn go at it for a second time. Alongside me, Dave Allen, and Spencer Oliver. Dave, if I can come to you first and foremost, obviously what we saw then, it was a one-sided beatdown from Adam Azim. Too quick, too smart, too damn good for Kurt Scoby.
Yeah, I was impressed by him. I think he did what he had to do, and he got the stoppage in the end. Barry was behind us going mad, weren't he? He wanted that stoppage, knows how important that is to the important people like Raytail that make all the big fights, all them decisions. So I thought he was impressive. Scoby I was impressed by. I underestimated him. Very, very tough. He'll get more work as an opponent. Azim, however, I still think he's the real deal. I think he's got so much talent, but defensively, there's a lot of holes there. When he steps up to the top dogs at 140, I do worry for him unless he can, he relies on his reflexes. It's all reflexes. There's no real defensive technique there. It's all pulling his head away, and eventually he's going to face someone that's going to read that, and they're going to cop him one properly.
I believe Gareth A. Davies is with Barry Hearn right now, a man that obviously promoted the originals of these. Over to you, Gareth.
I am indeed with the Godfather. Let me call him the Godfather tonight, Barry Hearn. You're even missing what to be here tonight?
I'm missing the Grand Slam of darts, man. This is a big show to get me off the darts for one night. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
At the end of the Netflix series, that contract went to Turkey Al Sheikh. Yeah. I assume it's all signed, yeah?
I don't know about anything being signed. I have to talk to the governor.
Who's the governor?
Eddie, of course.
I watched the series and you are the governor, sir.
Oh, well, wait to series 2, you'll see the real truth come out. In the meantime, we both know my wife is the governor anyway, as every wife is.
Lots of rivalry between Eddie and the Eubanks this week, but obviously you go back with a legendary relationship with Chris Senior.
But I take Eddie's side. I mean, Chris can be very difficult sometimes. He has his own agenda, whatever that is, but it doesn't stop the respect I have for him, built up over years upon years upon years of success. It's just part of the fascinating soap opera of boxing. The narrative that creates on both sides makes it compulsive viewing, compulsive reading, because it's boxing. This is a totally unique sport, and characters like Eubank, senior and junior, are as unique as characters like Eddie Hearn, and dare I say, even the old man. We're all different, but it's fascinating to watch it play out.
You mentioned the soap opera here. Now, ideally, I suppose, for these things to play out as a promoter, ideally, Conor Benn wins tonight, so you get a trilogy, if in promoter speak.
I think Conor would not really want a trilogy. He wants to go on and pursue a world title. Okay. This is a monetary evening, which makes sense, and also tries to settle a score. So this stands on its own as a once-in-a-lifetime event. Whether there's a trilogy or not, money usually talks, as you know better than anybody. That may happen. But before that, we've a little obstacle in our way called Eubank Jr., who has an entirely different philosophy and wants to win 2-0.
Eddie and I have had rows all week, me talking about Anthony Joshua and whether he should fight Jake Paul. What's your view on that, Barry?
Money. Don't be silly. I mean, you're mostly sensible, aren't you?
Mostly.
Of course, we're all purists at heart. But purism doesn't necessarily pay the bills, and boxing is a money business. And the day we don't accept that and then move on, we won't understand why certain things happen.
So if that fight's there next week and it's signable and they can do Joshua against Tyson Fury next year, take the Jake Paul fight in December, go and do it.
128%.
Go and watch the TV, because you need to probably catch up on the darts, no? Are you going to the VIP room to look at it?
No. They text me all the time.
OK, cool. Thank you, sir. As always, you legend.
A pleasure.
Barry Hearn in the company of Gareth A. Davies.
have a warm-up fight against Jake Paul. Same process, going through, hands wrapped, doing what you do. As long as there's no exhibition or no rules involved in Anthony Joshua not being able to do certain things, then why not? If you're gonna get a split of 170 million quid,
I get that.
You're going to go there, mate.
Yeah, I get that completely, but for the sake of boxing, you can't have a proper fight, mate, can we? Let's be dead honest about it. He's a two-time unified heavyweight world champion, and the kid struggled and lost to Tommy Fury.
I totally agree with that, mate. I totally agree with it. You know, who would sanction it? And if they do, they want their heads tested, because if Anthony Joshua goes in against Jake Paul and he's allowed to do what he wants to do, he will decapitate him.
What?
Decapitate.
There you go.
Decapitate.
There you go. There you go. That's the one. Yeah,
sorry, mate. And yes, and that's what will happen. His head will come clean off his shoulders because Joshua's that guy. He's a heavy-handed heavyweight, and let's have it right. Jake Paul is no better than an area sort of level fighter, and that's pretty much where we're at.
Dave, we spoke about this the other day, mate. Have you had your phone call yet? Have you been called in for the Jake Paul fight? I mean, we made the pitch, mate. We tried to get it,
Yeah, my phone's still on. I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, just echoing what Spence said. If the fight happens, I'm paying for. If it happens and it's sanctioned as a proper fight, I'm paying for a 30-second fight.
Yeah.
If it's an exhibition, I'm paying for something I don't want to watch. So either way, I don't really have any real interest. I don't have no interest in Jake Paul, though. I'm not a Jake Paul guy. I don't know. I'm not really. I don't follow him, so I have no real interest in it at all. I don't want to see it. If it happens, I understand it from a different point of view, but for me, as a boxing purist, no interest.
I'll repeat it again, the danger for the legacy for Anthony Joshua, if he fights Jake Paul, and let's say he doesn't end up fighting Tyson Fury or anyone else, the legacy will be dented. I hope he does.
Could the same not be said the other way around, though? I mean, that's a fight that every single fight fan needs to see for this era, don't they? Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua.
No, they do need to fight, absolutely, but we're not there yet. We understand the talks are ongoing at the moment, that maybe we'll get over the line by Wednesday next week. Turkey Al-Sheikh, I've just been over with him. He's chatting to Jason Statham over there. I didn't quite get into a seat away from them, but I was near enough. Terence Crawford, a little nod to, by the way, who's going to speak to us later, he just said. So it's all happening. Hopefully, all these fights get signed by Wednesday next week.
There you go. The real Jason Statham's here, is he? Because they call me the Stockport Statham, you know.
Yeah, well, there you go. I tell you what, he's looking fresh tonight.
He always does, mate.
As are you.
He always does, mate. Listen, welcome back to the viewers watching on talkSPORT and on your smart TVs. This is Chris Eubank Jr., Conor Benn live from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That is the main event, and that's coming up a little bit later on. Right now, let's get into the ring for the introductions of the club.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the WBO Global Welterweight Championship. Brought to you by Riyadh Season, Sella, Ring Magazine, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Ben Shalom for Boxer, in association with Frank Warren for Queensberry. Along with their great sponsors, Everlast, BYD, Cleans, Movember, Mr. Q Casino, and Betfred. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson, along with the World Boxing Organization President Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor John Handelar. Our 3 judges assigned will be Marcus McDonnell of England, Matteo Montella of Italy, and Stefan Nicolo of Monaco. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be John Latham of England. Introducing first, the defending champion. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold with purple and white, and weighed in officially at 146.5 pounds. Coming to us from Nottingham, England, he has a professional record of 22 wins, just 1 defeat, with 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ranked number 10 by Ring Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the reigning and defending WBO Global Welterweight Champion, Echo the engine, Azim. And his opponent across the ring, he is the challenger. Fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with silver and weighed in officially at 146.7 pounds. Hailing from Chorley, Lancashire, England, he has a professional record of 31 wins, 2 defeats, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former world title challenger, Jack El Gato Catterall.
Just a couple of minutes to wait before we get the final instructions from the referee. A horseman has come in some serious regalia for this co-main event. He's got a mask on, he's got a jacket on, he's got a tank top on, and he's got a t-shirt, and all that's obviously got to come off before we get to business. You can hear the referee there saying, come on boys, hurry up, speed up. He's now stripped off, as is Jack Catterall, so here's your final instructions from the referee.
Right, what you expect from you both, you obey the instructions at all times. When I tell you to break, you both break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, and the best luck to you both. Touch gloves.
So there you go, we're streaming live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You can come and watch along. We're also across the talkSPORT network for this epic night of Fight Night Live. Eubank Jr. versus Benn 2 is coming a little bit later on, but right now it's the co-main feature. And it's a big one in the welterweight division. Winner of this might get themselves a world title shot. Jack Catterall versus Eko Horseman. And calling you through it is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you, Adam. Well, if Eko Horseman wins this one, it will be another impressive step for what really is a Cinderella Man type story. Now 36 years old, Botswana born, now fighting out of Nottingham, and his last contest he ended the fighting career of Josh Taylor, who retired thereafter. Esserman, really good performance. There wasn't a lot in it for the first 6 rounds or so, but then Esserman's terrific fitness, his nickname is the Engine, and he showed exactly why in that fight. And Jack Catterall has fought largely at a higher level than Esserman. He's a world-class operator, and many people think he was extremely unlucky not to become the unified world champion back in 2022 when he fought Josh Taylor and came up on what most people thought was a fairly outrageous judging decision. He got the rematch, but by then the fight was not of the significance that it was 2 years earlier. He beat Taylor, but he hasn't got right to the pinnacle of the sport.
Yeah, you got to feel for Jack Catterall, who should have been the undisputed world lightweight champion. That was ripped away from him, robbed away from him, as many people felt, and he's had a tough time since then. Lost a split decision to Arnold Barboza back in February. His last fight against Harlem Eubank, he won in 7 rounds, picked up a horrendous cut in that one as well. And now he has to go through Eko Horseman, a guy that is a potential banana skin coming off that great win, as you said, John, against Josh Taylor. The momentum will definitely be with Esserman, who started this one quite well.
He has indeed landed a left hand in close. Catterall was bullied back into the Esserman corner. Catterall, who's had a change of trainer for this one. He's moved away to train in the United States with Boots Ennis's father, Bosie Ennis. And, well, he seems to have done a pretty good job with him, or so we're told, but the proof is in the performance. And now at 32, Catterall is going to have to produce a good performance to repel Esserman, who, as Spencer says, has made a decent start to this opening round. On paper, You'd think Esserman was absolutely made for Catterall, because he'll keep coming. Catterall, a southpaw counter-puncher, won't have to go looking for this fella. He'll be there in front of him. Esserman, the bigger man, throws bundles of punches, and as the last 10 seconds go of this opening round, I think for me, probably Esserman has done enough to win this opening round. He's the outsider, but Catterall, I think, comes up short in that first 3 minutes.
Yeah, Esserman may have done enough there just to nick the round, not a lot in it. Both guys just feeling each other out. Catterall, that slippery southpaw who likes to counter punch, and you're right, John, what you said there. Echo Esserman and his style should be made for someone like Jack Catterall, but it's very workmanlike. Esserman, what he doesn't go in there just throwing punches. You know, there's a lot of full process that's behind it as well. Good boxing IQ, and we saw that as he defeated Josh Taylor last time out. And this one could all be in the balance here. Both guys, you know, have their strengths and their weaknesses here. It's going to be interesting to see who takes control and at what point.
Great fight city is Philadelphia, and Bozy Ennis, who hails from there, he's watching on. Thierry Henry is at ringside. Wonder if he'd fancy getting a few of the millions which are seemingly endless in Saudi football.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm sure that he would. I wonder if he fancies his chances in a boxing ring as well. We've seen a lot of footballers.
No, he's not a fighter.
Listen, we've seen a lot of footballers in time turn it over and go into the boxing ring as well. And by the way, them footballers, they turn into good boxers. I'm not sure what the reason is behind that, but most of them are pretty handy in the ring.
We had one of those silly conversations when I was at Bramall Lane a couple of weeks ago, and they said, if you could have any footballer who's played for Sheffield United boxing for you, who would it be? And I said, that's easy, Curtis Woodhouse.
There you go. And he went on to win the British title in that brilliant story. Great fighter, Curtis Woodhouse, who's now a trainer, bringing a lot of good young pros for as well.
We're in the second round here. Quiet opening to this fight. It's always threatened to be a fairly technical affair, with Esserman on the front foot, looking for openings, but at the same time not wanting to plough him stupidly and leave himself open to punches in counter from Jack Catterall. Catterall coming forward now behind that southpaw lead, waiting for Esserman to commit himself. He's not really landed a big punch so far. In fact, I don't think either man has.
No, Esserman is just trying to be workmanlike, trying to create an opening with Catterall. He's trying to work out that southpaw style. I think what Esserman's finding out very quickly is how slippery Catterall is, how awkward he is to hit. Is very... You get southpaws, some of them are easier than others to figure out, but Catterall's one of those guys that's very difficult, and he's getting into a nice little rhythm here in this second round. As I say that, though, Esserman lands a good right hand of his own.
In the second round, a minute to go in this second round. And on the front foot now is Esserman still. Counter right hand to the body from Catterall, who follows it with a left hand. No great power in it, though. And after the blood and thunder of the last fight, with so much power produced from Azim as he went to his victory, there hasn't been too much by way of drama so far in this one, but it could still cut loose.
Yep, a lot on the line for the winner here, so you're sure at some point this will catch fire. Both guys, as I say, showing a lot of respect in there at the moment, trying to feel each other out, trying to be a little creative, maybe a little too creative here, because you want to see someone take the initiative at this point.
Well, there's not really been too much initiative taken one way or the other, and a very difficult fight to score thus far. A couple of jabs from Catterall land in the closing seconds of the round. 2 rounds gone. It needs to liven up a bit, doesn't it, Dave Allen?
If we want Esserman to win, then yes, for Catterall this is perfect. I have Catterall to up personally. I thought Catterall controlled the first round. The second one, I thought it won't be. We landed a few left hands. I think Jack's hands have been more aggressive than normal. I watched these two guys spar for the Taylor fight, for Esserman's Taylor fight. This is how it went. Jack befuddled him, he moved him round, he was awkward, he hit him with single shots, he pot-shotted him, but they only sparred for 6. At the end of the second round, even though it's early, Esmond starts going a little bit stronger. So as the fight goes on, I expect Esmond to keep pouring more and more pressure on. I don't think this gets interesting till around round 6.
Mate of mine who's in hospital, very ill at the moment, and he texted me and he said, what about Jack Catterall? Is he going to win tonight? And I went on the tip that Josh Taylor had given. Josh said, this is going to be easy for Catterall.
Yeah, I tend to agree from watching them spar.
Well, let's see. Here we go, beginning of round number 3. For me, it's 1 round apiece. Dave Allen has Catterall 2 rounds up. I know that the rounds were very close, could have gone one way or another. And will that be a telling point later on as this contest goes? Catterall lands a lovely 1-2 there.
Don't forget, if you're not listening with us right now to our principal support fight here at the Tottenham Stadium on talkSPORT, or maybe watching on the talkSPORT YouTube site, watching along with us here at ringside, don't forget that you can actually watch all of tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing.
Yeah, Catterall now working well behind that southpaw jab. He's maybe now starting to get a foothold in this contest. Esserman, for me, being a little too negative, known as the engine, and we need to see him start revving that up at some point.
What he doesn't want to do is just go walking into some sweet counter, because Catterall, known as a stylist, but he has got stoppage wins on his record, and he doesn't want to, or rather Esserman doesn't want to chance his chin against that damaging left hand of Catterall's. Catterall's throwing more punches right now and landing more as well. The punch stats midway through the 3rd round confirming that, and Catterall just starting to boss things here in round 3.
Yeah, just getting, as I said, a foothold of this one. Catterall working well out that southpaw stance, everything behind the jab, flicks the jab out there. No real venom in the shots, but there's a nice fluidity around it, nice movement around it, and Esserman at the moment looking a little confused in there.
Esserman, who's been trained throughout his career by Barrington Brown, he's a Nottingham man through and through, but he hasn't really been maybe rewarded with the ticket sales and the following that his talents and his performances have deserved. This would be his breakthrough fight if he could find a way to win this, but there's been no indication thus far that he's going to find a way to get through the technical style of Jack Catterall and find a way to land hurtful punches to negate the slick southpaw.
Yeah, good head movement again there from Catterall, just slid under the shot, the right hand of Esserman, then come back with some nice shots of his own. This is a better round here from Catterall, who's dominated, controlled the space, found the range with his shots as well, and Esserman looking a little bemused in there in this 3rd round.
Well, Jack Catterall's going to be going back to his corner, where his American trainer, Bosie Ennis, is stepping up onto the ring apron, and he'll give the advice and the suggestions how things might move from here.
Yeah, because you reach it sometimes, so double, triple your jab, boom, boom, boom. Then you want to move, turn out, go this way, don't back up. You busting him all up, but you got to jab more. Don't forget that left hook when he go to the left, or when he's jabbing, turn off your right hook. Turn off your right hook. That jab on the outside, Jack. You want that jab, that's what you need. He don't know what to do when you jab on the outside, then they'll throw that left hook. That jab on the outside, baby. What did he say?
He's got a cut on his nose, accidental head clash.
That was no head, that was people saying that. That's strong jab. Strong jab.
Well, a cut on his nose caused by an accidental headbutt, according to the referee. That's the nose of Echo Esserman. I must say, I didn't pick that up, but it's not going to help.
No, I'm not sure it was an accidental one, because I definitely didn't see any head clashes go in there. So, will that be a problem for Echo Esserman moving forward as we start this 4th round? That is a slight problem that he has to deal with. How will that affect him? Will it make him roll the dice a little bit more? Because that's what he needs to do right now. We need to see something slightly different, John, because the rounds are slipping away.
And slipping away in the direction of Jack Catterall. You heard his corner saying, come on, throw more jabs and bring the left hook in as well. And he's trying to do precisely that. And he's clipping Esserman repeatedly as Esserman comes through, sometimes too much in straight lines, and he's taking counter punches as he does so.
Yep, you nailed it, John. He's coming in straight lines, walking forward. Catterall's working well off the angles, slipping to the sides, throwing the lead left uppercuts, lead right uppercuts, left hands around the side as well. Good work here from Catterall.
Yeah, boxing nicely. Is such a good technician, and I know that Dave will have seen plenty of him over the years, and he is a good technician. He sometimes doesn't quite get the recognition, but he's been one of our best boxers for a long time.
Yeah, I've been very lucky. I've been in and out of the gym with him for the last 6 years. I've seen him spar everybody. He makes everybody look average. You know, he's had his naysayers, he's negative, he's not exciting to watch. He's a master at what he does, and I think tonight with Esserman's style will bring out the best in Jack. At the minute, it's too good for him. It could get interesting, but for me, the longer it goes, if Jack can keep that jab going, which at the minute is the difference, he can probably get the stoppage, I think.
Yeah, lovely work again there from Jack Catterall off the ropes. He's landing those straight left hands through the middle now, and Echo Esserman's face is looking bloodied in there. This is good work from Catterall with 1 minute to go in this fourth round.
Yeah, and he's starting to beat him up. He can't miss with that left hand. Esserman's coming in. He's gambling, trying to get close to provide himself the opportunity to land big shots in close, but in so doing, he's walking straight into a hailstorm of straight left hands and hooks, and he's taking so many of them, and his face is and he goes down. He walks into one too many. Lovely uppercut from Catterall. Esserman, the count at 7 at 8. His face is a mask of blood. The referee having a close look, but I think the fight could end right now. 20 seconds to go in the fourth round. Esserman holds on desperately, trying to buy a few seconds, but now Catterall is looking for the end. One more big punch might do it. He's being waved in by his cornerman, but he's not going to rush it. Lands another big left hand and another, and Esserman somehow manages to stay upright, but that is a huge round for Catterall.
Yeah, Esserman's face is a mask of blood here, and he was in desperate trouble, maybe 5-10 seconds away from getting stopped there. Jack Catterall has found the timing. He's regrouped since that loss to Barboza, and he's come back well, hasn't he? This was a great performance, if I'm totally honest. That was a brilliant knockdown there, Dave. And Esserman done well to get up.
There's levels to it, that's all it is. Esserman's a very, very tough man, fit, you know, strong, been a good British champion, but Jack Catterall at the elite level is proven it. He should have been undisputed champion. You know, it's not over yet, but I expect in the next round or two of this to be done. Jack is, you know, he doesn't have many stoppages, but he's pretty clinical when he gets them going.
Can I remind you that you can watch along with us at ringside? Dave Allen, Spencer Oliver, myself, Gareth Davies and Adam Catterall. That's your team here on talkSPORT, and you can head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now as Catterall goes looking for the end of this fight. Yeah. One more big left hand might do it.
Yeah, I think the end is very near here as the blood pours out the nose there, the bridge of the nose of Echo Esserman, and Jack Catterall coming out with a flurry of punches. Lovely 1-2 through the middle again. The legs of Esserman go, and this could be moments away from the stoppage here.
He's looking for it, Catterall, make no doubt about it. He's not rushing in. He's waiting for the opening. Waiting maybe for Esserman to commit himself. His head repeatedly being jabbed back by that right-hand lead. The head of Echo Esserman, that is. Another one from Catterall, looking to follow it up with a left cross. This time Esserman's gloves were high enough and well placed to block that shot. Good body shot from Catterall, and a left hand to the body as he switches the attack upstairs.
Yeah, really slammed that left hook into the rib cage there of Esserman. Another 1-2 through the middle again, and Esserman on the end of some heavy punishment here. The referee taking a close look. Esserman trying to find something from somewhere. Showing a lot of guts and determination, John.
You absolutely can't fault the bravery of Echo Esserman, who's coming forward, but he walks into another big left hand as he does so. Then a right cross from Catterall, who instead of throwing the jab, just turned the shot into the side of the head of Esserman, beautifully timed, and he's giving the man from Nottingham a little bit of a boxing lesson.
Yeah, he certainly is. Esserman really struggling now, looking like he's running out of ideas. Left uppercut through the middle, sends their sweat spraying there from Echo Esserman, and he stands in front of Catterall, looking confused, bemused. All Jack Catterall at the moment.
Catterall's corner is urging him forward to go and find those hooks and uppercuts, unleash the big left hand and find the target of Echo Esserman's head. Tries to throw a left hook just short of the target. He allows Esserman to come in, throws a left into the body, then tries to switch the attack upstairs, ducks underneath a big right hand from Esserman, but it has been all Catterall in this round.
Yeah, Esserman's face is now a mask of blood. He's struggling with that. There's a cut across the bridge of his nose. There's seemingly going in his eyes as well, because he's squinting a lot, and Catterall is landing pretty much at will.
We'll go into the Esserman corner in just a few seconds and see how they're going to try and rouse him and find a way back into this. But Catterall finishing the round on top, despite Esserman ploughing forward. Bravery from the Nottingham man, but another round for Catterall. We go now into the Esserman corner.
Yeah? Where's his water? Down there. Give me this. As soon as the after he throws his shots, you block him, come back straight away. Yeah? Exactly what you've been doing.
Yeah. You've got to switch on now, it's your time.
Mate, you've been here before, Echo.
Yeah.
Right? You've been here before, it's nothing, no? Yeah? You've been here before. He hasn't.
Got a towel right his face.
Listen. When you get close enough to let your right hand go, let it go. If you wait, he throws his left hand. Do not fucking wait.
Okay.
Okay? Stay still.
Come on, Echo.
Remember how good you are, bro.
Yeah, man. Come on, you got your guns hanging, yeah? Come on, Echo. You get it.
I'm obliged to apologise for the language in the corner. You know the story. And I can tell you that Terence Crawford is currently in the Eubank Jr. dressing room, and Chris Eubank Jr. looks terrifically relaxed.
Yeah, he certainly does. I said it, he's looked great all week. He's looked very focused. He now knows what he's going into. Maybe he underestimated Conor Benn last time. Didn't take things as serious as he should have. What we do know is that Conor Benn come out of a lot of credibility, and as Eubank got it right there, he looked relaxed in the dressing room, didn't he?
Catterall continues to dominate. We're into the 6th round now, and remember that Esserman was down in the 4th round and looked as though he was close to being stopped. He comes ploughing forward and is caught by a sweet punch by Catterall as he comes off the ropes, looking for another telling left hand. He knows he can hurt Esserman. He knows he can put him down. He just has to find the big shot.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He's just got to place that shot, and I know what that shot is. That short left uppercut, body shot went in low there. Esserman, to his credit, didn't complain about it, but it's all Jack Catterall at the moment as he lands a right hook, left uppercut as well.
A little bit of noise in the crowd, and security go rushing out of ringside to go and sort out whatever that problem is. Hopefully nothing too serious. We don't want anything to mar a great boxing occasion inside the ropes with what goes on in the crowd.
Yeah, I tell you what, you've got to give Echo Esserman credit here. You know, he's showing a lot of character in there. He's trying to push forward. He's trying to find another gear. And as he's trying to step it up, Catterall just diffusing him every time.
we know, don't we, that Jack Catterall can stay the distance. He's a good judge of a fight, but we also know that Echo Esserman, the engine, will just keep on going. It's his trademark, the ability to fight for 12 rounds. While others flag, he can find a way to come back.
Yeah, he certainly does. He finds a way. He doesn't lose soul. He doesn't lose the will to win, that is for sure. That's one of his big characteristics, and he's got to show that today in there, because things have not gone his way really from that opening bell. Catterall has been a move ahead as we approach the 30-second mark of round 6, and another round for me for Jack Catterall.
There's probably people listening wondering if Adam Catterall's a relation of Jack Catterall's. To the best of my knowledge, that is not the case, but we can have complete confirmation of that in a moment or two, as another left hand from Catterall thuds into the head of Esserman, who's pretty much a sitting duck target in front of him when he comes in and tries to force the pace. Another little right-hand, left-hand combination from Catterall, and another one in the bag, despite the bravery of Esserman. Adam, you're not related, are you?
I can confirm. We've done the DNA test. He's not mine. He's not mine. We are not related. But what I can say is that he's boxing absolutely beautifully right now. The timing is just a little bit too much for Echo Esserman. But we all know that Echo Esserman has got this tank, and if he's still in there in 7, 8, 9, it could get interesting down the stretch. But for me right now, it's a shutout for Jack. He just needs to take his foot off the gas a little bit and wait for that moment, because he's been precise. Listen, before I hand back to the commentary team, quick one, we are on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now. The watch along is in full flow. I know that you can listen to us obviously across the network, but you can watch along. The full team's here, myself, Gareth A. Davies, Dave Allen, Spencer Oliver and John Rowley. We've got a poll up on that YouTube channel right now. Who do you think is going to win the main event, Eubank Jr. or Benn? I can tell you that it's 61% in favour of Eubank Jr. right now through 9,000 votes. Go and get yourself stuck in and have your say. John Rowling, back to you, mate.
Yeah, come on, we want more votes than that. There's 60-odd thousand people in here. We can get more than 9,000. Let's see if we can really get a proper electorate and find out who Britain thinks is going to win.
Yep, let's really rev it up. Get those votes coming in. It's an interesting one. So many narratives around this fight after the classic they delivered here in April. No one really knows who's going to win this return. Eubank come out victorious last time. What did it take out of him? We're going to find out very shortly.
A couple of jabs from Catterall, both taken by Esserman, who's bravely coming forward, trying to get in close and trying to find a way to detonate a big right hand. That's going to be a chance. He does score with a left-hand lead. Good jab from Esserman, who's trying to cut off the corner, but lovely work in that corner, his own corner from Catterall. Landed a thudding body shot, but Esserman just keeps on coming.
Yeah, it's just what he's got to do, Esserman. He's got to make this ugly. He's got to make it rough and tough, because Catterall is in a rhythm. He's manoeuvring around the perimeter of the ring, and he's working so well out of that southpaw stance. And Esserman, unfortunately, just can't work it out at the moment. Big left uppercut, sorry, right uppercut went in there from Catterall. Lovely shot.
And there's been a clash of heads, and there's a cut over the right eye of Jack Catterall, and it looks as though it might be a bad one. We'll get into the corner at the end of the round and find out about that. He knows he's cut, and he's starting to put the power on Esserman, but that doesn't look good, Dave Allen.
No, it's a bad cut. One thing that is very interesting to me, we're 7 rounds in, long way to go. This is not Jack Catterall's usual kind of fight. I've never seen him fight this kind of pace as a pro. It's going to be interesting down the stretch, still a long way to go. Esserman's going into his part of the fight now. This could still get very, very interesting. Esserman's right eye, though, is starting to swell shut.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dave, you say that there's a long way to go, but that cut over the right eye there of Jack Catterall is a bad one. That blood is flowing into the eye, and Esserman, a sensor.
Esserman will take heart here. It was at this stage of the Josh Taylor fight that he started to take control, and that fight ultimately ended inside the distance, and he will now now be starting to believe as he sees the streak and smear of blood on the right-hand side of Catterall's face, streaming from the damaged right eyebrow. And Azim, his right eye almost closed as he comes in close and lands a solid right hand of his own. But he's trying to bully Catterall in there. And this is really warming up. They go toe-to-toe in the closing seconds of that round. And we'll go now into the Catterall corner and hear what they're doing.
Get it together, man. Yeah. Go to the body and go to the head. That's straight shots. Closing that eye. 1-2, right down the body, but then get the body. Okay. Yeah. You don't want to be in that long because he's here, but you're too effective with those straight shots. Okay. Stop abandoning those straight shots. That jab, he can't get around it. You got to let those straight shots go. That's doing the damage. Straight shots. That straight jab and that straight left hand all day long. It's damage. Be out of here if you do what you're supposed to do. You don't know how to get around. Yo, sit down and rip them shots. Now,
a punch which caused that. To tell you what, somewhere, I bet Jamie Moore's watching on, and he'll be thinking, what is Jack Catterall doing?
Jack was well in control. I've never seen him box at a pace like this. We're only 7 rounds in, we've got 5 to go. Esmond that round, I thought Esmond won that round for the first time. I thought that was his first round. I still think mathematically Esmond needs a stoppage, but Catterall's feeling the pace. It's a bad cut, it's caused by a punch. It's swinging in Esmond's favour now.
Is it still an unlikely sort of turnaround in this fight? Is that round maybe a turning of the tide? We'll see.
Well, yeah, it was the first good round that Echo Esmond had there. The first clearest round of that cut was caused by a beautiful short right uppercut, and it opened up the eye of Catterall, and Esmond grew in confidence off that as Catterall just wrestles Esmond to the corner. The referee giving him a little telling off for that.
Yeah, he's saying we'll have none of that. That would have been an Azim round, that last one. His right eye is a mess. I don't think he'll be able to see too much through that right eye. There's awful bruising around it, Echo Azim. And so the danger punch of Catterall, which is that left hand, the left cross, is he going to be able to ultimately find the target with punches that Azim can't see?
Well, this is it. The Catterall now will be throwing that right hook round the side there. Esmond's eye is completely swollen shut, and that is really bad for the vision there, the hooks. But look at Esmond, the will to win just kicking on as he lands a 1-2 of his own.
Left hand, right hand from Azim, tries to throw a solid right hand, look for the overhand right, and the left, and the right. He's on the front foot, forcing the pace here, walks straight. A left uppercut from Catterall, looking for the cross, looking for that injured right eye of Echo Azim.
Yeah, that eye is really bad now, isn't it? Catterall needs to build on that, needs to work with that right hand. Sorry, left hand through the middle. He needs to work with that, loop that left hand round.
Azim's corner getting excited as their man gets him trapped in the corner right in front of them. That is Jack Catterall trapped in that corner. Another good left-hand lead from Azim, who's starting to get applause and recognition for a really brave effort here. And is he building on the work that he produced in the last round? He's certainly right in this one.
Yeah, he certainly is. You've got to give Azim credit. This guy has some character. The grit, the determination he's showing, pushing forward, really still trying to win this one. Nice 1-2 through the middle. Catterall happy to tie up there in the middle of the ring, and that eye now bleeding again.
Remember, there was a knockdown in the 4th round. Catterall putting Azim down, and that could have been important. And he's clearly got a sizable points advantage here in this 8th round. Can Azim close him down in the remaining time? And again, Catterall pushes Azim back. The referee has a word with him, tries to throw a left hand, taken on the gloves by Azim, who's right in his face. But the corner seemed to have done a decent job staunching the flow of blood on that damaged eye. Dave, what do you reckon? Has he got this one in the bag?
Yeah, Catterall's well in front. I'd like to see him feint. He hasn't feinted for rounds. He's just punching with Esserman. And at this point in the fight, it's dangerous. Esserman's coming on strong. I'd like to see Jack go back to what he did to have all his success. Go back to boxing now. I know Esserman's drawn him into a fight, but Jack needs to feint. He needs to be a little bit more tricky now. He can't do this in about 4 rounds. He can dog it out, but Jack can make it a little bit easier for himself. Give himself a bit more time. Feint, have a walk. You're well in front. Don't have to go toe-to-toe with this man now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting though, Dave, isn't it? Because when he goes for that walk, Echo Esserman, as we know, in the last quarter of fights, historically, that's when he kicks on. That's when he comes into his own. That's when, you know, he tires his opponent out, and I think that'll be the game plan here for Esserman to kick on in those last 4 rounds.
I think with Jack now, he doesn't need to lead as much. He's been leading all night. Now he needs to counter punch a little more. Let Esserman go and try and counter him. Jack's the faster man.
And he's spearing him around the head, looking for the right eye, which is almost closed, Echo Esserman's. The referee's been having a very close look at that, and I wonder if the doctor might be pulled to the corner to play some part in this and have a look whether or not he's capable of continuing, whether he can see from that right, through that right eye. Although I tell you what, if he holds his finger up in front of him and says, can you see that? I can't see Echo saying no.
No, he certainly won't. It's just the worry for Echo is how many fingers he holds up, and he'll have to take the guess because that eye is completely shut. Both guys actually showing the marks of wear and tear. It's starting to turn into a grueling contest where maybe the physicalities are leaving these boys now, John, and it's becoming a bit of a mental battle.
Jack Catterall with the cut over the right eye. He's ahead on points. It's a 12-rounder, this welterweight contest. Either man had won emphatically to move them closer to a world title fight. Jack Catterall has looked as though his best days might have been behind him in recent fights, and maybe there'll be those who'll say there's more evidence of that here, despite the fact he's clearly the superior boxer.
Yeah, it's becoming, like I say, a tough, grueling contest, Dave Allen. I'll bring you in here because this is where Echo seems to come into his own, and he's doing a good job here. He's clawing it back a little bit.
This is what Echo does, but this is all Echo can do.
Almost down with the left hand from Catterall.
I think it was the trip. I think this is all Echo can do. Jack can mark. This is what Jack needs to do. Create the distance. Feint. Go back to using your jab. Don't sit on the ropes after the last place you want to be. He just gives Echo a target to punch. There you go. Jack's got to give him. Got to feint. Give him something. Step out and counter punch. You can't be leading. He's leading all the time, and he's letting Echo work. He's there for Echo to give him a target to punch.
That eye now, John, sorry, I was just going to say, is grossly swollen now, and that is a big problem.
He's only got 45 seconds remaining in this 9th round, and then they're going to have to work away in the corner to the facial damage on Echo Esserman. He's got a big cut on his nose and that swollen eye. He looks a mess.
Yep, trying to grind it out here. Is Echo Esserman, as blood coming out of his mouth as well. His face is a complete mess, but he's finding something from somewhere as he comes forward and walks onto a big right hook as well.
It is Echo Esserman's chance of a lifetime. The time is running out. 36 years old, this was where he really could gate crash world class, but the rounds are ticking away and he maybe is running out of time. Gareth Swift, Adam.
I thought at round number 7 we were going to get a little bit of a change into the tide there, but Jack seems to have got back on his game, got that stick out, and the work is just nice and clean. But I tell you what, I've got nothing but admiration for Echo Esserman. In the 4th round, I thought he was absolutely cooked. The man's got a lot of heart, a lot of guts, a lot of determination, but he's got to up that clean work if he's going to nick these last rounds down the stretch.
It is about will and skill now, and what it is, it's a really entertaining fight, a brutal fight in front of 60,000 people who are waiting for the ring walks of Conor Benn, as we see Pierce Brosnan sitting next to Barry Hearn. All the stars are in tonight. Let's see if these guys can knock 4 stripes out of each other in the last couple of rounds.
It's our main event, Eubank Jr. against Benn. Coming up after this, we go into the 10th round of this 12-round principal support, and Jack Catterall's ahead on points against the brave Echo Esserman from Nottingham. Esserman just keeps on coming. There'll be no surrender and no quit in him, but my goodness, he's taken some shots and his face tells a story.
He certainly does, John. That face is a complete mess now. Blood bleeding heavily from the bridge of the nose, and that right eye now grossly swollen. But where is he finding it from to keep pushing forward? It's credit where credit's due here. Big effort from Echo Esserman, but Jack Catterall just seems to have his numbers so far.
He's looked to be a class better, just in pure boxing terms, but in bravery terms, Esserman can at least match him, and he keeps coming in, leading through the orthodox style, trying to throw that left jab to create the opening for an overhand right, but time and again, like there, it falls short of the target after the jab landed on the gloves, and he has no points advantage accrued from that particular attack.
Yeah, it's the jab here from Jack Catterall that is setting up that left uppercut, that short left uppercut, Dave, and that's the shot that keeps getting through, and that's what's causing the damage to Echo Esserman's face. You see it time and time again.
Yeah, the pace has slowed down now again, which is suiting Jack. I'm not sure whether that's Jack's, you know, bringing the jab back into play, or Esserman's feeling the pace a little bit, but Jack slowed the pace back down. I think Esserman needs knockdowns now at least. You know, Jack Catterall is a master. He's a master at negating what you do and getting your offence off. So it's uphill battle here, but he's such a tough bloke, Esserman.
Good work from Esserman. Comes in, lands a right hand, and he's put Catterall through the ropes. There's going to be no count from the referee. The referee suggesting that he pushed him through, but the blood now starts to flow again from that damaged right eye of Jack Catterall. No knockdown.
Yeah, I think it was a push through the ropes. Catterall, to his credit, no complaining, gets up and gets on with business. Shows the courage of the man himself, but that eye now bleeding heavily down the side of his face.
Esserman just keeps on coming, though, and he did land a punch before he went out of the ring, and Catterall dabs a little bit uncomfortably at that right eye injury.
Yeah, it is a bad cut that he's got over that right eye as he throws a lovely 1-2 through the middle. Echo Esserman coming back with shots of his own. Great contest this one, Dave. Both guys showing what it takes to be a champion in there, man. Incredible.
It's been a brilliant fight. You know, like we said earlier, Jack Catterall has come in for a lot of stick for having some boring fights, but this has been a cracking fight. I've got Jack ahead. I think it's all the work of the lead hand, the jab and the lead right up, but Esserman's still in there and he's still giving it a go.
And we'll go now into the Catterall corner as they work away at the damaged eye, and they're having to work hard, I tell you.
Let your hands go. You ain't got to go through all that head button shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let them hands go, man. You can't do shit when you let your hands go, Jack. When he's going that way and you rolling the body, rip the uppercut, left hook, back with the right hand. You know what I mean? Or the right hand, back with the left hook, whatever way he go. Yeah. Let that shit go. I bet you stop it. You gotta let it go. What you gotta 11 round.
What's round? What round?
11 coming up.
11, yeah?
Yeah. So double and triple your jab to get close and let your hands go. He ain't got that power like you usually have, only when you lay on the rope. Don't stay on the rope. Boxing. Boxing to get in something. You don't know how to get around the straight shot, Jack. Yeah. You can't get around the fucking straight shot. All you gotta do is just look it up.
American voices in that corner, but a vastly experienced British cutman in Kerry Case working away on that right eye of Jack Catterall.
Yeah, and he's been doing a good job of that, because I think it is a bad cut over Jack's eye, but he's been stemming the blood, stopping it flowing down the side, right side of his face. And he's done a good job in that minute's break there as well, as Catterall starts the round well, gets on with the shots, and he's dropped Echo Esserman.
He brought in an uppercut. Up came Esserman, saying it was no knockdown, but then he was caught by an uppercut, which came in after the referee had said break.
Yeah,
so the upshot of it is no knockdown.
No knockdown, but it was a knockdown, if that makes sense, because the second one, the shot landing cleanly. Echo Esmond was caught off guard, and Jack Catterall senses the end here.
And he's gone down again. Flurry of blows, right hand from Catterall. It's put him through the ropes, and the fight's all over. The referee has stopped it. Echo Esmond through the ropes, and Jack Catterall, fair play, compassionately comes over to make sure his stricken opponent is okay. They're trying to get him back through the ropes. They've asked for a stool for him to sit down on, and there's no celebration from Catterall, even though he's won the fight, which is a mark of the man. But that, when it came, was utterly conclusive.
John, that was a big knockdown, a big knockout, and I tell you what, like I say, the shot that weren't ruled a knockdown, that was a knockdown. He went down on his knees. The referee rightly called it a no knockdown, and he pulled him up, and as he pulled him up, Catterall hit him with a 1-2. No fault of anyone's, but then Echo Esmond was gone, and Catterall followed it up with a lovely straight left through the middle, and the right hook round the side done the damage. Echo Esmond clearly couldn't see that shot with a swollen eye, and he was out cold there.
Dave, how did you rate that Catterall performance?
A brilliant fight, you know, till Echo Esmond gets back up, though. Not really sure I want to comment on. Hopefully Echo's all right first. That's the only important thing right now, I think.
He's on the stool, receiving treatment, and I think he is okay. The referee is speaking to him, and the corner men are in there as well. The doctor, of course. I can't see from my position here whether he's receiving oxygen.
Yeah, he is, John. He's receiving oxygen on the chair at the moment. He is responding, which is good news. The team seem happy around him. I think they're just about to raise him onto the stool now. They put the stool in the corner. Jack Catterall standing nice and calm in the opposite corner. And Esmond still down on the floor as they try and raise him now. The oxygen's still on him, but yeah, it's good to see he's up on his feet. He's climbing back into the ring. No, they've got the stool out on the outside of the ring now. But he is up, he is responsive. That is one good thing. Still receiving oxygen in there.
Anxious faces, of course, at ringside, and we all hope that Echo Esmond makes a full and proper recovery. Jack Catterall just coming over to speak to the medical team and just see how Echo Esmond is, and the Esmond corner, including his trainer Barrington Brown, give Jack Catterall a hug and to say well done, because everybody who's in this sport knows that in the hurt game there is the possibility of serious injuries, but happy to say Esmond is now back onto his feet, and that's a relief, Dave.
Yeah, you know, it's horrible to see, you know. It was a grueling fight. It was really grueling. It got hard for Esmond from round one, you know, and for Jack and for Echo both. From 5-6 onwards, Echo turned it around. Looked like there could be a turn of the tide, but Jack, just a bit of extra quality, I think. That bit of extra quality, the speed, the jab, and you know, it wasn't a nice ending, but Jack, you know, he put a statement out there. You know, he really performed tonight.
Adam and Gareth also watching alongside us.
Yeah, I don't want to be overly critical of Jack Catterall or the referee John Latham, but before that, I think we might see the replay here. I think there were arguably punches thrown when the referee, there it is right there, he threw a right hand and landed it after Latham had separated them, and that's to be fair.
He didn't separate them. He didn't separate them. What he's doing is he's calling a slip. He never touched him. Jack has to fight on. Jack's done nothing wrong there. It's the referee. The referee.
Nonsense.
It is the referee.
He put his right hand.
The referee is messed up.
No, I agree with that as well. Yes, Jack was still fighting. I said that's why I don't want to blame either the referee or Jack particularly.
I think the referee, if I can just jump in here, was saying that's no knockdown rather than break.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so the referee was very slow at getting in. That was the problem. He wasn't confident enough, or not confident enough is the wrong word. He wasn't quick enough to jump in. He took too much time. He was too hesitant. As he went down, the referee's trying to rule. It's not a knockdown, but he should have been more efficient. He should have been stricter on that. So it was no fault of Jack Catterall's. He's just got to keep punching.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Difficult for Azim to come back from that, though. That's a bad beating, and it's going to be, I think, many months before he's back fighting, if at all.
The referee could have stepped in there when he was taking 8 or 9 punches and being knocked out of the ring as well.
Yeah, well, maybe the referee was a little slow, Gareth. I could agree with you on that one, but then, you know, it is what it is.
What a fight, though, Spencer. What a fight.
It was a tremendous fight, and the guts, courage that both of them showed. It takes so much to do. Trust me, Echo Esmond's height was shut tight, and he continued to fight on, push on, even though he was losing the rounds. Credit to where credit's due. I'm not sure we'll see Echo Esmond in the ring again at 36 years of age after a brutal knockout like that. Time will tell, but Jack Catterall, he kicks on.
Got a long way to go to come back from that. The referee has the 2 fighters centering, and there'll be confirmation of the result from Thomas Triber shortly. And what I can tell you beyond any doubt, that the next action in the ring is the main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 50 seconds of round number 11. Our referee in charge, John Latham, waves it off. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and new WBO Global Welterweight Champion, Jack El Gato Catterall.
What that belt does that Jack Catterall has just picked up, it puts him in prime position for the winner of Brian Norman and Devin Haney. That's taking place next week in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So he's prime position now for a world title shot. Before we continue, let's get over to David Tanner, who's watching the World Cup qualifier between Greece and Scotland for talkSPORT.
And what a World Cup qualifier this is. It's now Greece 3, Scotland 2. We've had 4 goals in 30 minutes in the second half, but results elsewhere are going Scotland's way. It's Denmark 2, Belarus 2 in Copenhagen, incredibly, which means that Scotland, if they can get, are still alive in this World Cup. The equaliser, or the second goal, came after 57 minutes. Konstantinos Karestas scored. Then it was 3-0 6 minutes later when Christoph Solis scored, and at that point Scotland looked down and out, but they pulled a goal back through Ben Gannon-Doak and another through Ryan Christie, at which point Belarus scored 2 goals in 2 minutes in Copenhagen, throwing that game wide open. So as it stands, Scotland can still qualify automatically for the World Cup. Over in Copenhagen, it's Denmark 2, Belarus 2, and it's Scotland who've almost equalised through Scott McTominay volley. It's Greece 3, Scotland 3.
Top man Deb, thank you very much. Coming up next here on talkSPORT, it is that main event that you've all been waiting for. The second helping of Eubank Jr. and Benn. Don't go anywhere.
He's all hype. I can't wait to give him a good hiding.
On that particular night in question, I will show that I have what it takes.
A middleweight contest for the WBO Middleweight Championship of the World.
It's all over in the ninth round. I come up the hard way. I didn't have Frank Warren.
Myself, boy.
You had your time. Let's have some parliamentary procedure here, all right?
If I'm going to go for anything, I'm going to go for the draw.
Right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening, the rematch you've all been waiting for. And away they go again, and they're throwing huge numbers of punches.
These scumbags blocked that ambulance.
And Eubank's now is starting to feel it. Oh, big right hand from Eubank. This is insane.
I ain't going to go in there and try and render him unconscious as much as I'd love to. I'm going to be disciplined in there.
Both guys here going for it. So, big left arm. He's caught him. Benn's in trouble.
The final scene absolutely delivered. We'll catch you next time. And this is the next time, because that wasn't the final scene. I jumped the gun. We're going again. Round number 13 is about to get underway between these two young men. Yes, nostalgia took us to the first effort in April, but this one seems to be living on its own merit, away from the shadows of what happened in the 1990s. In a moment or two, we're going to be welcoming to the ring Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. And I don't know about you, Gareth, but every time I hear this song that's just currently started playing in the stadium here at Tottenham Hotspur, it takes me back to those glory days between the two fathers.
Absolutely, and look, there was talk about this stadium not being replete with fans tonight. It's absolutely ram-jam full. As you rightly said at the time 7 months ago, and I agreed with you and I broadcast with you and I wrote afterwards, it felt like one and done. But it was so competitive in lots of ways. It was so captivating. We're back here for it to happen again. And it just has that compelling feeling again. The drama, the fact the stars are out, the Henrys, the Richies, the Stathams. Turki Al-Sheikh is a masterful genius of putting his money into the music, the fights, the drama. It's brilliant. Everyone's singing along to Simply the Best. I want to myself.
Listen, there's more meaningful fights in the world of boxing, there's no doubt about that. We're going to get some next week, of course, as Anthony Yarde attempts to become a world champion against David Benavidez. And we've got a fantastic card out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. When it comes to pomp, when it comes to ceremony, when it comes to showbiz, they've absolutely exceeded our expectation, both of these events at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
They have, because that first...
You've got a mix of emotions. You're terrified. I want to cry. I want to fight. I'm angry. I'm sad. Why did I pick this as a job? That's how I feel for the most part. So these boys are terrified, and I don't blame them either.
Spence, would you go along with that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You know, listen, it's a big occasion, isn't it? It's a massive occasion. You know, there's a lot of pressure on both the guys here to deliver. They have to deliver, and I think they will deliver.
Is that what makes a fighter a fighter? Because they are a unique human being that can make those butterflies fly in formation. They're there, as Dave just acknowledged, they're there. You've got to kind of embrace them, accept them, and you've just got to run with them.
Anyone that says the nerves ain't there is lying, or they want their head tested, because the nerves are what get you through it. It's how you listen. When you're nervous, it's not that you're scared, it's nerves, and you've got to understand that, and you've got to, you know, divide that, because when you channel that nervous energy, you've got to channel it into a positive energy. And sometimes nerves can get the better of a fighter, and the unique fighters, the champions, they deliver because they turn that nervous energy into positive energy. They feed off it. They feed off this moment. You know, the crowds, the stadiums, that's what makes them deliver. More the nerves, more the feed off it, and both these guys do that.
Spencer Oliver doing a bit of DJing right to the crescendo. I like it, pal. Welcome back to the viewers that are watching on talkSPORT and on your smart TVs. This is Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. The rematch live from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. As you can see, the signature tune of all these boxing events now has just kicked in. Bit of Neil Diamond. He must be on some royalties now, this boy, with some sweet Caroline. Dave, going back to the actual emotions of the fight, when you're in there as well, I mean, this is an unbelievable setting to have a scrap in. 60,000 people inside a football stadium, all baying for blood. You've worked 12 weeks on a game plan. You've got yourself in top condition. You know what you've got to do. Of course, there's nuances throughout the course of the fight. Different questions are going to be asked your way, and you've got to react in those particular moments. How hard is it to keep your head cool in those moments and stick to those game plans?
I'll be honest, the best ones do. I can't do that. That's why I'm not one of the best ones. If these want to go to the top, the winner tonight will have to do that. If they want to be world champion after tonight, they have to win this fight. All they can do that is keeping the cool.
Keeping that head nice and cool. The music's kicking off. One man that's used to the stadium show is Daniel Dubois. He's in attendance tonight. He's with Gareth A. Davies.
He is indeed with me here, and he was just saying exactly that, Daniel. You've been at two big ones recently. It's amazing tonight, isn't it?
Oh, mate. It's like one of my fights. It's a great atmosphere.
You've created two of them. When are you going to be back?
Soon, man. Soon. I'll be back soon. Art Frank, who I'm fighting next, though.
Tell me about this fight between Benn and Eubank. We know what happened in the first fight. Did you have it to Eubank yourself?
I hope may the best man win. I want to see who the best man is. I'm really excited about this fight.
And what's your feeling about who wins tonight?
I'm in Team Conor, but, you know, may the best man win.
Great to see you as always. Can't wait for you to come back. Cheers, Daniel.
Thank you.
Former IBF heavyweight champion there, Daniel Dubois. The rumours are that he will be back at January, February time in an absolute monster fight. Straight back into the fire, according to some members of his team. Looking forward to the announcement of who that opponent is. Well, the lights have just gone down here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and you can hear the Big Ben chimes ringing around. The camera phones are all lit up as these fans are starting to get excited about what is about to happen. Dave, first time around in April, it exceeded all our expectations, if we're dead honest about it. We kind of knew what level of fight we were going to get into, but when that bell went, they went hammer and tong.
It was a brilliant fight, yeah, it exceeded my expectations. I thought it was a bit of a mismatch. I mean, a lot of us were pretty much saying the same again, really. Eubank's too big. Now I'm here, the atmosphere is booming. I just hope we get a brilliant fight and they both come out safe.
In this ring, in this stadium, two fighters stepped into the ring and went 12 rounds toe to toe, every minute, every round. Tonight, they're going to do it again. Are you ready? Well then, let's get this party started! Now making his entrance to the ring, Conor Benn!
could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. So strange as you and me.
Here comes Conor Benn, accompanied by his dad Nigel. Drummers in tandem, a little bit of a change on the music, if you remember last time. At this point we did hear his dad's famous walkout tune, A Dangerous. Ready or Not from the Fugees, into a little bit of Phil Collins and Air Tonight. Accompanied by a big drum quartet. Conor this time not draped in all black, which was synonymous with his dad's career. He's stepping out of the shadows this time, white with blue. And the bands are looking like they're having a whale of a time, singing, dancing on the podium, addressing this 60,000 strong crowd before they make their way down to the ring in the centre of Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The first fight is definitely up there for contender when we're talking fight of the year. This might be ring walk of the year, Gareth Davies. He's absolutely milking every single moment. The boy looks like he's enjoying himself.
It's absolutely on fire in here. Who would have thought that in mid-November in the UK that you could create this kind of atmosphere outdoors at a boxing match? It's just incredible. Everybody is captivated by this ring walk, and I love the energy of Conor Benn and his father dancing on the dais just now together, milking every moment of it as he starts to make his walk to the corner of his ring.
The first ring walk that we saw in April, listen, it was typical Benn, it was steely-eyed, it was grit, it was determination, it was what we're used to seeing from a Benn making a ring walk. This one feels different, this one feels like he's having a whale of a time, back to fun, he feels a lot more relaxed.
Eubank is the man with everything to lose in this fight, so Conor Benn's got to enjoy himself, and he is in the brilliant form of his life. He looks great, and I think he's going to bring it all early. It's just got that feel about it.
I'll tell you what, this drum squad are going for it, aren't they? Woo! This has been some introduction to the second helping. Conor Benn in the ring now, like I said, draped in white with a blue trim, just taking on a little bit of extra hydration, a little bit of water there from Tony Sim. He's at his chief corner, accompanied by Eddie Hearn, and of course, as I said a moment or two ago, his dad Nigel in a pristine three-piece suit, sporting the poppy, which represents this month, of course, with remembering all those servicemen. Nigel was once upon a time a serviceman himself.
Mark Seltzer doing his eyes there, applying the Vaseline, the grease. He just stood in the ring, Conor, and his nostrils flared. That moment when a fighter gets ready for battle, a deep amount of breath into his lungs. He looks absolutely relaxed and primed for what could be the biggest moment of his career so far.
And there finishes the drum solo. Truly sensational. Let's get back into the ring to Michael Buffer to introduce the man that's going to stand across from him. There is just a slight pause in the action. I assume we're waiting for some television broadcast. Michael Buffer is in the ring.
Well, he might have heard me just say that. Eubank's got a habit of being late, hasn't he?
We're going now. Here we go.
And now making his entrance to the ring, Chris Eubank Jr.
Still Snoop Dogg and D.I. Guess who's back? Still doing this. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Check me out. It's still Dre Day, AK. Though I phone a lot, can't keep it home a lot. Cause when I frequent these spots that I'm known to rock, you hear the bass from the truck when I'm on the block. Ladies, they pay homage. Haters say Dre fell off power. My last album was The Chronic. They wanna know if he still got it. They say raps change. They wanna know how I feel about it. You ain't up for Dr. Dre is the name. I'm ahead of my game. Still puffin' my leaf. Still with the beats. Still not loving police. Still rock my khakis with a cuff in the crease. Still got love for the streets, reppin' 213. Still the beat bang, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. Still, I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, hitting them corners and them lolos, girl. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the D.R.E. I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, hitting them corners and them lolos, girl. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat.
Many men wish they phone.
Oh my days! 50 Cent is accompanying Chris Eubank Jr. to the centre of the ring. Yes, we heard Dre. Yes, we heard the next gen. But the main man himself, 50 Cent, is currently on stage. I'm going to shut up so you can enjoy the concert. He is welcoming Chris Eubank Jr. on his ring walk.
Wish death on me, Lord, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me.
See niggas put money on my head. Don't get your refund, motherfucker. I ain't dead.
Woo! We're doing the whole back catalogue.
AKA Ferrari F50. Break it down. I got a lot of living to do before I die, and I ain't got time to waste. Let's make it. You say you a gangster, but you never pop nothing. You say you a wankster, and you need to stop fronting. You ain't no kin of mine. What makes you think that
well, we did say, how could the showbiz element of the first fight live up and exceed what we're about to experience tonight? Well, one of the best rappers in the world just rocks up and he's doing a mini concert.
Punching with every line, I'm fucking with their mind. I make a press for rhyme. They know they can't shine if I'm around. Been on parole since 94 cause I commit the crime. I say in my lines, I did it 3 to 9. The D's
Chris Eubank Jr. making his way to the ring now. He's got a white robe on, fluffy, very similar to a bathrobe. I can see that he is sporting the yellow shorts made famous by his dad back in the 1990s. Steely-eyed Chris Eubank. He did break out of character for a very split second as he was enjoying, like everybody else, the current concert that's going on by 50 Cent. We had a drum solo introduction for Conor Benn. And now we've got a 50 Cent introduction for Chris Eubank Jr. This really is incredible, Gareth.
Well, we had the emotion in the last fight 7 months ago when Senior turned up. This time we've got the atmosphere, the meanness of Fiddy being here. They kept that very, very quiet, that Fiddy would be walking right in front of us tonight and sending Eubank into the ring. He looked so steely-eyed. We are in for a treat once that bell goes.
Chris Senior has just stepped through the ropes. Mr. Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent, is just stepping through those ropes himself. And here comes Chris Jr. Conor Benn, by the way, still wrapped. in his robes, keeping nice and warm in this cold November air. Just waiting for that front. I've just caught a glimpse of Chris Senior dancing as he does. Turkey Al Sheikh greeting Chris Jr. 50 Cent doing the business. This crowd's gone absolutely ballistic. All we need now is a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, at ringside tonight we have some of the biggest names from the world of sports and entertainment. But inside the ring, in attendance with their progeny, we have two names from the golden age of middleweight and super middleweight fighters in the 1990s. They were among the best, and fought each other before they go to their seats. A round of applause for the two middleweight and super middleweight champions of the world, Chris Eubank and Nigel Benn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, London, England, and the main event of the evening. The ring, unfinished business, the rematch the world has been waiting for. 12 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. And it's all presented by Riyadh Season, Sella, and the Bible of Boxing Ring Magazine. Promoters Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing and Ben Shalom for Boxer. Sponsored by Everlast, BYD, Cleans, Movember, Mr. Q Casino, and Betfred. And ladies and gentlemen, special thanks for them bringing forward this contest to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority and the Saudi Boxing Federation, His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh. This event is streamed worldwide and exclusively on DAZN, sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Guy Williamson, supervisor Dennis Gilmartin, timekeeper at the bell Brett Bowles, the three judges scoring should it go the distance, Howard Foster, John Latham, and Marcus McDonnell, and inside the ring, in charge of the action at the bell, veteran referee Kevin Parker. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the officials are in place and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. So at this time, let's turn the page to another great chapter in the history of British boxing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner with his head trainer Tony Sims, wearing white and blue, official weight 159.3 pounds. As a professional, 23 victories, 14 wins by knockout, only one defeat. From Ilford, Essex, England, the former WBA Continental Champion, Conor, the Destroyer, Benn. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner with his head trainer, Chris McIntyre, wearing yellow, officially weighing in at 159.1 pounds. As a professional, 35 victories, 25 stoppages by knockout, with 3 defeats, ranked by the ring at number 3 in the world in this division, fighting out of Brighton, England, the former 2-time IBO world champion, Chris Eubank Jr.
Just as Michael Buffer was making those final announcements and introductions, both men stepped to the middle of the ring and went nose to nose. Still fully clothed, by the way, still fully wrapped up, obviously in this cold November night. They're just derobing now, Tony Sims derobing Conor Benn. Off comes the jacket, the towel as well, keeping him nice and warm, with a t-shirt in there as well. As I said, on the ring walk, Chris Eubank with a big, white, fluffy robe, of which, when that comes off, will reveal those nostalgic yellow shorts, red gloves, which his dad made famous back in the 1990s. You can hear the energy from the crowd as we're waiting for our final instructions from the referee.
Final instructions in the dressing room, you know what I expect, a clean fight. Remember to obey my commands at all times, above all, protect yourself at all times. Good luck, gents. Touch gloves.
In the famous words of Anthony Joshua, the first time was so nice, they had to do it twice. Can the sequel supersede what we experienced here in April? It is time to finish business. The corners and dignitaries are out, only the referee stands between them. The energy once again is electric. Calling you through the rematch between Eubank Jr. and Benn, live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Second down.
It's what we've all been waiting for, and how are the tactics going to unfold? By common consent, I think most people thought that Benn would start fast here. Jab from Eubank, short of the target. Benn doesn't want to trade on emotion to the extent that he did last time. He says it's going to be a more measured approach. Well, we will see. Eubank with a different trainer. Benn wanting to build on what he learned back in April.
Yeah, Benn here has to be very educated in his approach, control those emotions, and he seems to be doing that. He's taking centre of the ring, he's making Chris work on the outside. It's a good, confident start here from Conor Benn, just taking his time.
No punches of note landed so far. There's a jab from Benn, which did land a glancing blow to the bearded chin of the taller Chris Eubank Jr. Stands around about 5'11" and a half. Benn 5'8" as he comes in with a clubbing right hand to Eubank's body. The only scoring punches of note in the fight so far from Benn. Another fast jab from Conor Benn, punching upwards because he's the shorter man. And oh, good right hand from Benn. And Eubank was a bit of a sucker for that one. Walked straight in and he ducked low, and Benn holds on to him. This is a good start from Conor Benn.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good, confident start, explosive start from Conor Benn. But a good right hand back there from Chris Eubank as well. Eubank has to use that height, that reach. Timing is imperative here as well.
He doubled up nicely behind the left-hand lead before landing that chopping right hand. Eubank is on the back foot. Benn controlling centre ring, tries to throw a big overhand right, and Eubank comfortably slipped inside it. And as they clinch close and are separated by the referee, I think Nigel Benn had a word or two for Conor Benn had a word or two for Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah, well, we know there's a lot of emotions between these two. A lot of emotions that have been built up in the build of this one too. But Conor Benn doing the right thing, taking his time, looking for the openings. Chris Eubank also doing the right thing by keeping that distance and waiting for Benn to make a fundamental mistake. Good start from both guys here.
30 seconds, less than 30 seconds to go in the opening round, which for me I think Conor Benn may have had the better of it so far. Let's see what unfolds in the last 15 seconds. Maybe there's one final twist as Benn misses with a couple of swinging left hooks. Eubank keeps his gloves up high and spears Benn with a couple of jabs. No great power in them though. And there's the bell to end an interesting opening round, Dave Allen.
Yeah, good round for Benn there. He got behind his jab. When he had the first sign of success though, he got very erratic. You know, he had to keep asking him what he's doing, keep the jab going, keep pushing Eubank back. Eubank gave the round away though. Eubank knows what he's doing, he's easing himself and he's letting Benn use his speed. Benn's being erratic. Round will be interesting, we'll see what Eubank does.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Conor Benn there just coming forward. That's what he has to do. Close the gap, John. Get inside and land those explosive right hands. That's the danger shot for him. Chris Eubank Jr. doing the right thing, keeping on the outside, taking a look at Conor, showing you a little bit of respect, but expect him to pick it up as the rounds go on.
Back in April, it was frenetic from word go. This time, just a little bit more measured. Best punch of the round may have come from Eubank Jr. Solid right hand, but both of them had their moments as we move into round 2 of our main event here on talkSPORT. Eubank Jr. against Benn.
Yep, don't blink, because this one could be over with any single shot. Both guys are loading up, no feeling out process for neither one of these two. Conor Benn on the hunt, looking to get on the inside, looking to land that right hand, and Eubank just looking to get behind that jab, get some rhythm in his work, get some flow in his work, as Conor ducks down low again.
The two of them land simultaneously with left hands. Benn ducking low and swaying from side to side like a praying mantis, and Eubank coming off the ropes, tries to throw a left hook, and the referee splits them. Kevin Parker, relatively inexperienced referee for this huge fight.
Yeah, he could have his work cut out here, and that was a good right hand there from Conor Benn. He landed that shot, just seemed to rattle Chris just a little bit. I think Conor Benn was wrestled to the floor. Referee Kevin Parker doing the right thing here, saying, listen boys, let's get a grip, let's get hold of this.
Eubank trying to show that he's got the strength in there as he threw Benn to the ground. Benn tried to stare right into his eyes while the referee was speaking to him, and Eubank very deliberately stared up into the bleachers of this vast crowd here at the Tottenham Stadium. And Eubank on the front foot, trying to cut the ring off, feints to throw the left hand. It's short of the mark. Eubank backpedaling, using the ring circumference. Good body shot from Benn. Left hook, there was some power in that.
Yeah, big body shot there from Conor Benn. Left hook went crunching into the rib cage of Chris Eubank, who looks very strong here in this second round. Conor Benn not seen too much from Eubank at the moment, but Benn looking the stronger of the two.
Benn looking sharp. He started well in this fight. Took the first round for me, and he's taking this one as well. Left hand, right hand, straight shot, and another straight right. All landing, and Eubank not doing too much to either defend or slip the attack.
No, looks a little bit out of his comfort zone at the moment, Chris Eubank. Conor Benn doing the right thing and taking control of the pace here, and he's controlling the space very well as well. Eubank needs to throw something significant to keep Conor Benn off, gain his respect, because at the moment, Benn's fighting with no respect.
And he's fighting a very intelligent fight. Throws the jab, just partially parried by Eubank, who's standing stock still in his own corner and tries to flick out the jab, but the busier work comes from Benn, who lands another left hand, and he started markedly better. And it was interesting on the ring walks how much more support Conor Benn had than Eubank Jr. The crowd, I think, tonight is very much with the younger man.
Yeah, the crowd has definitely turned, and they were with Conor Benn, and that's because of the credibility he would have got and the respect he would have got from that last fight. Everything he's shown in there, and this is a good start. Right hand there on the bell from Conor Benn as he walks back to the corner smiling.
Dave, good start from Benn.
Still nothing much from Eubank at all. That's 2-0 Benn, and he's done it pretty comfortably really. Eubank kind of give 2 rounds away. I can understand having a look for a round, but giving away 2 rounds already at this point, even though it's only 2 down with 10 to go, he's still dangerous. I'd like to see, I'm not sure he's struggling with the speed. Is he struggling with the speed, or is he having a look? What is it?
Do you know, I just thought in the run-up to this it was going to be interesting to see whether Eubank could be at the level that he was back in April. He was in hospital for 3 days after that fight, and how much did he lose?
So far, he looks like he's struggling with the speed. He's very rigid. Doesn't look too relaxed, but we are very early days.
The crowd cheering for Rod Stewart, who they saw on the big screen, sitting right next to Piers Brosnan. Yeah. Brosnan was a big Chris Eubank Senior fan, I remember.
He was, and I'm sure he's here supporting Junior today, and I'm a big fan of Rod Stewart as well.
Your era.
I think it was certainly more your era than mine, John.
Round 3 is underway, and the referee has to split them as Eubank's onto the front foot, trying to get a little bit more pace and perhaps a bit more urgency into his work. Feints to throw the left-hand lead, but he's short of the mark, and he's not really on the front foot, not throwing anything with any great conviction right now. Tried to land a left hand as Benn came in close and landed a left hand to Eubank Jr.'s body. Another left hand from Benn. Eubank has still not landed a big punch, really, since that opening round when he clipped Benn with a right hand.
No, he's not found his timing at all, Eubank. He looks a little sluggish to me. The timing's a little off, and he's going to have to click into gear here because Conor Benn will be growing in confidence. And like I say, dare I say it, the smaller guy, naturally, Conor Benn looks to be having the strength here and seems to be controlling things early. Only round 3.
Eubank Jr. bigger, heavier, and in the first fight, strong in the second half of the contest when he leaned on. Oh, there's an uppercut from Benn, which was thrown clearly after the referee said stop boxing, but he gets away without any word of admonishment. Good punch, good jab from Eubank, but again, the busier work coming from Benn, who ducked low and responded with a good left-hand lead of his own.
Big wild right hand there from Conor Benn, just missed. Eubank trying to come back with one of his own that missed as well. Neither guy really settled down here at the opening of this contest.
Well, I wonder what Bomac's going to be saying to Eubank Jr. He's going to have to instill a greater urgency into his work because, as Dave Allen told you, 2 rounds already have surely slipped away to Conor Benn, and Benn lands another left hand, right hand, and a right to the head. Back came Eubank, but the power shot came from Conor Benn.
Yep, lovely uppercut on the inside, though, followed by the left hook from Eubank. But Benn looking the stronger of the two at the moment, maybe just got the edge in the timing as Conor Benn holds centre of the ring. Eubank looking to box on the outside. Benn lands a shot. Eubank comes back with a good hook.
Good left hook counter from Eubank as well. And now Eubank is wrestled to the floor. Benn getting him round the back of the head, and the referee saying don't push down. 10 seconds to go. We'll go into that Eubank corner at the end of this round. Closer round, but it might be that Benn has done enough to take this as well. He might well be 3 rounds up into that Eubank corner now, where Bomac, world-renowned trainer, will perhaps be just a little bit worried as he speaks to Eubank Jr.
Times, if you don't jab you, look the timing. All right? Look to step back too, like you did over there in that corner. You caught him good. Beautiful. As soon as you do it, go back to your jab.
Come on. 2 next round.
What? Yeah, 2 next time. No problem, man. No problem. Not having enough of
When you close to him, keep pushing the body.
Make sure you guys tell me when it's a minute left and 30 seconds left.
I'll be shouting it out. Okay. Last half, 30 seconds.
Don't let him steal the round. Don't let him steal the round. You ain't got to go for it.
Well, nowhere near the drama and excitement of the first fight so far, and I've given 3 rounds to Conor Benn.
Yep, as have I, but that was interesting what Chris Eubank Jr. said in the corners of Brian McIntyre there. He said, make sure you guys tell me when there's a minute to go and 30 seconds to go. What does that tell you? That Eubank will put his foot on the gas as these rounds are kicking on.
It tells me that a little bit like his father back in the days when he lost to Steve Collins, that he was not confident about fighting 3 minutes of every round. We'll see. We'll see whether that's going to be a factor. Is his stamina going to be called into question? There was a bit of a tangle up there, separated of their own volition. Referee didn't have to split them. And still we wait for the first big punches, really big attacks of the fight. Jab from Eubank, short of the target. There's a good right hand over the top from Benn, and another one.
Eubank takes that shot well though, but it was a huge shot. Conor really loading up here, looking to put everything into those right hands, and like I say, dare I say it, it's a sluggish look around Chris Eubank's work, there really is.
Well, this is what Benn's supporters and the critics of Eubank Jr. suspected what might happen this evening. And at the moment, by far the livelier and the man who looks really up for it is Conor Benn, as Eubank misses clumsily with another right cross, as Benn feints to throw a left-hand lead, and then a right, he comes in low, and a good left hand as well. Back comes Eubank with a left of his own, which the referee says was low.
Yep, I'm not sure it was low, it was maybe round the back of Conor Benn, that one. The left hook seems to travel round the back, but both guys starting to load up with their shots.
And still, Benn looks by far the sharper. A minute to go in the 4th round. Has the Eubank corner done what he asked? Have they shouted that there's a minute to go? Because if so, it's now he needs to put his foot on the gas. He lands a right hand as Benn almost walks onto it. He really wound up with that right hand, and it was just a glancing blow in the end, but the danger signs there maybe for the Benn corner.
Yep, Conor Benn's got to be careful here. He's not reckless when he jumps in, because Chris Eubank is trying to hold his ground. He's waiting for Conor to make a fundamental mistake, and he's going to try and nail him with that straight right hand or the left hook that he keeps landing.
Well, it's been a bit better, this, from Eubank Jr., but has it been good enough to take the round? We'll hear from Dave Allen at the end of the round, see how he scores it, and there's a good right hand from Conor Benn, as once again, Eubank just backs up onto the ropes on the far side of the ring, tries to throw a left-hand counter as Benn comes in close, and in the end it's just a rather untidy maul, and another fairly lacklustre round, if we're going to be absolutely honest.
Yeah, through 4, Eubank has been poor, I guess. He doesn't look the same fighter. He's being outsped. He's trying to walk Benn onto punches now. He timed him onto a few nice shots in round 3. But there was nothing more in round 4 than there was in round 3, really. It's a bit worrying for Eubank fans. Benn's jabbing, he's feinting, but he's not doing anything particularly special, I don't think. I don't think Benn's boxing doing anything amazing. Eubank just looks way off the pace.
A reminder that you can watch along with us ringside here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is Eubank Jr. against Conor Benn, live on talkSPORT. Repeat or revenge? At the moment, it's looking very much as though it could be revenge, Spence.
Yeah, it certainly is, but trust me, John, knowing these two guys, there's a few more twists and turns to go in this contest. Here we go, start of round number 5.
5th round coming up, and we've got Conor Benn clearly ahead, and he might be 4 rounds ahead as he misses with a left-hand lead and gets Eubank Jr. in a headlock under his left arm. Referee has to split them. Couple of jabs from Eubank. Maybe he's going to finally try and establish that left-hand lead, because goodness me, does he ever need to now? He's got to really put his hallmark on this fight and do it soon.
Yeah, this is a better start to round number 5 from Eubank. He's found the range with that jab. He's doubling it up, trebling it up, and that will unsettle Conor Benn. And that's where the emotions kick in, the frustrations kick in. So Eubank starting this round well.
Needs to sustain it, though. That's the opening minute of the 5th round on what's been a little bit of an anticlimactic fight so far compared with the first epic contest back in April. There's Benn on the front foot, left hand, right hand. Eubank misses with a very clumsy-looking attempt of left hook, then misses with a left-hand lead as well, as Benn ducks low, and he's thinking about working maybe to the body. He does, with a left hand taken on the gloves by Eubank Jr., who stands tall on the ropes, just near to his own corner. Left-hand lead, short of the mark, tries to throw a combination, left-hand, right-hand. Again, it was short of the target. There's a jab from Eubank, but at last it was timed. He needs more of the same.
Yeah, he's just missing a little bit at the moment, Chris Eubank. He hasn't found that timing at all. Maybe getting more success on the front foot. He's allowing Conor to push forward a little bit too much. The game plan would be let Conor jump onto something, but Chris is not really executing any sort of plan on that back foot, and Conor is getting into a rhythm.
Eubank Jr. said that he would exploit what they'd learnt in the first fight. He'd do the good things again, and the bad things he'd eradicate. Well, so far, it's not been good enough, because Benn, quicker on his feet, still bobbing this way and that, not landing too many huge shots, but he looks to be the man who's more in control than the victor back in April.
Yeah, absolutely. Eubank found the range early in the last fight, and he hasn't found it in this fight. Good right hand there from Conor Benn, and he goes again. Chris tries to stand and trade with him. That's better. 18 seconds to go here of round number 5, and the action finally starting to heat up.
Eubank Jr. smiled at him as much as to say, where have you been? And that's your best, I can take it. And he's still got a little bit of a smile on his face in the closing seconds of the round. Could be another Benn round. His trainer is Tony Sims. Let's see what he thinks. Maybe that was a Eubank round. I'm not too sure. It was certainly closer. Here's Tony Sims.
Look, see you bringing the left hook into play now, yeah? When you're going underneath there, bring that left hook into play. It's got to be short though, because you're going to fall in on you, yeah? All right? The right hand's got to be short. No, the right hand's into the body, left hook's over the top. The left hook's got to be short, yeah? All right? You're starting to find him easy now. Shut your eye, cut. Yeah? I've had my cut. You ain't got a cut. It's nothing. It's just a graze. There's no discipline, bro. Take some more. Mate, you're starting to find him now. Body, head. Body, head. You've got to bring the left hook in and play those, bro, yeah? All right? Look, it's better with your gloves out, man. Keep your gloves can't touch on the back.
Well, that's Tony Sims with Conor Benn. How did you score it, lads?
Round 6. Yeah, I've got that 3 rounds to 2. Last round to Chris Eubank as well. Eubank nicking the last 2 for me. He's starting to get his way into it, but I've got to tell you, a lot of them rounds are swelled. In fact, the last couple of rounds are swing rounds. Conor Benn could have a bigger lead than that, but I've got him just in front at the moment.
I've got him 4-1 up. How have you got it, Dave?
Yeah, I think I've got it 4-1, but I could have it 3-2. I could have it 3-2 Benn as well, but it could very easily be 5-0 Benn. You know, for me, the last couple of rounds, Eubank's got his jab going, but if the judges favour, you know, Benn's aggression, it could very easily be 5-0.
Good right hand from Eubank Jr. Where's that been for the fight so far? He needs more of that, as Benn right in his face, and the referee has to split them. Maybe a solid right hand at last from Eubank Jr.
Yeah, and lands another right hand as well. Conor starting to get a little bit reckless with his approach, and Chris just maybe starting to figure it out here in this 6th round.
I think the speed now from Benn's gone. I think the speed now has started to go, and maybe the size differential for Eubank might show now.
Well, that's what happened in the first fight. It was the strength, weight and size of Eubank that prevailed in the latter stages. Is Benn going to be able to stay with him now as we near the halfway stage of the fight?
Yeah, as the pace slows down, it will suit Chris Eubank Jr., who lands a good left hook there off the ropes. He's landed some good clean shots in this round. Conor has been a little reckless, big left hook there as well from Chris Eubank. And and he's starting to break through. Conor Benn spits on the floor. Chris Eubank having a good moment here.
Spits on the floor, I think, in exasperation and frustration, as much as anything. Angry that he allowed himself to be suckered in and caught. Throws a left jab now, trying to get back into his shape. Conor Benn, who had such a good start to this fight, but Eubank Jr. signs that he's been starting to get back into it in the last couple of rounds. Short of the target with a left-hand lead. Benn does get through with a left hand into the face and then a left into the body of Eubank, who's a bit more up on his toes now. And then there's a push down from Benn and a little punch into the back of the head. And the referee saying to Conor Benn, come on, we don't need that. And the action is underway again. Nothing too bad about it, I don't think.
No, I tell you what, John, it takes a lot out of a fighter, keep getting pushed down. No, it takes a lot of energy out of him. And, you know, Chris is going to need that energy as we get into the later rounds. Can I tell you something? I think this action's going to heat up in this second half of the contest. Conor Benn, again on the front foot, looking to get in range to take something out of Chris. But Chris maybe being a little bit too negative again in this round.
Well, it's not been a great fight so far, and we're nearing the halfway stage. Eubank short of the target with a left hook, did get in with a straight right, but he fell in a little bit clumsily, and he's risking getting clipped as he does so. He's tried to up the ante a bit in that round, but that's the halfway stage. Adam, take it away with Garrett.
Conor Benn's definitely up in this fight. I've been very impressed with his use of the feint. He's getting Chris Eubank to bite on a lot of things. His use of the jab, his composure, and his footwork's been very, very good. He's making Chris Eubank second-guess himself in there.
Absolutely. I think it's a really compelling fight because of what Conor Benn produced for the first 4 rounds. I had him winning those. Chris Eubank coming back in the last 2 rounds. Conor Benn slowing slightly. 4 rounds to 2 for Conor Benn right now. But Chris Eubank needs to go to work and impose himself, because the tenacity of Conor Benn speaks volumes, and it feels like he's got the crowd behind him here tonight.
Yeah, we are only 6 rounds in, but Eubank for me now, you can't afford to lose too many more rounds. 4-2 down maybe, could be 5-1.
I've got it 5-1 to Conor Benn. We move now into the second half of the fight. I think Carl Frampton's got it a shutout for Conor Benn at this stage. I'm not sure about that, but he's certainly had the better of the contest so far, and it's been a lethargic sort of performance from Eubank Jr. Caught by a right hand as he tried to uncork a left hook, and here comes Benn again, trying to really pile the pressure on Eubank, and the crowd respond. They're with him tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are with him. Yeah, I've got Conor Benn 4-2 up as well at the moment, but Eubank really needs to get a foothold in this one because the timing's looked a little out. He's looked a little bit unsteady on his legs as well. You know, we talked about the effects of that last fight and what it'd have on him, and there's no fluidity around his work at the moment. And Conor Benn maybe doing enough to nick these rounds as he loads up again. 2 body shots followed by another right hand.
The left-hand counter came in from Eubank Jr., who then landed a solid right hand of his own, tried to follow up with an overhand right, which whistled past Benn's left ear, and Benn again just appears to have the better balance and the better composure. Yeah, I take it that this fight is compelling because of the names, the build-up, what's at stake, but if you actually analyse the drama, it's a long way short of being a classic.
Oh, absolutely. It's nothing like the first fight, but like you say, John, it's the intrigue, you know, the intensity, sitting here at ringside wondering when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen, how it can turn around with one shot from either guy.
A couple of body shots while you were speaking there from Conor Benn. Tries to throw the left hand short of the target, taken on the forearms of Chris Eubank Jr. And he really does need to have an injection of pace, Eubank Jr. Get his footwork better, get into range and let his punches go. Clipped by another right hand from Eubank, from Benn rather, as he came in closer.
Yeah, Benn doing good work again here. Eubank is struggling with his timing. There's just nothing coming from Eubank at the moment. He's trying to force it through the double jab there, got caught with a jab of his own. dare I say, it just looks like the balance is not quite there with Chris Eubank Jr. All the signs of an ageing, deteriorating fighter.
He's looking as though he's not at the races tonight. It's not saying that he's completely shot or anything like that, but he's a lot more easy to hit than he has been earlier in his career, and Conor Benn is capitalising. 15 seconds to go. Oh, good right hand from Benn. Rocks Eubank back onto the ropes, and a nod of acknowledgement from Eubank. He knows he was caught by a good one then, but he took it, and that's another really good round for Conor Benn, who talks to Eubank, taunts him as he goes back to the corner.
We're 7 rounds in. I'm watching Eubank probably 6-1 down. The balance is not there. He's doing the jab. He's snatching at his punches. He just doesn't look like the man he was in April. Never mind the man from years before. Like you said before, we don't want to throw the word around that he's finished, but he don't look half the man that he was in April.
Has he become an old fighter in here tonight?
I believe so, yeah. 7 rounds and I believe so. And it doesn't look like he has the punch, the timing to land the punch to turn this around. It looks like it's going to be a very long 5 rounds for Eubank to the end now. I just can't see how he wins this from here. He don't look the same fighter.
I think we can't take any credit away from Conor Benn either tonight. He's looked terrific, and that right hand rocked Eubank back.
Best punch of the fight so far, maybe, and Eubank felt the full weight of it as we go into the 8th round of 12, and Eubank Jr. has got to have a tremendous finishing, closing spurt in this fight if he's going to win again, because surely Conor Benn has to be ahead at this stage.
Yep, certainly is ahead at this stage. He's the guy forcing the pace, and you know, it's been nothing like the classic. The first one was Chris Eubank Jr. has struggled here. He's looked old, and Eubank has looked tired and old in there tonight.
Catches Benn with an uppercut as he came charging in then. Benn trying to capitalise on another little flurry of punches which landed, but Eubank onto the back foot, and so often he's content to let Benn seem like the aggressor, the man who's dictating the terms of the contest. And judges are only human. They see that and they will inevitably go towards the man who's on the front foot.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the game plan for Chris Eubank Jr. You know, I know what's going on in his head. He's trying to draw Conor in. Conor make a reckless approach and fundamental mistake, and he'll make him pay for that. But he just can't get off. He knows what he wants to do, but his body won't allow him to do it.
And he's just not throwing enough punches. Left hand, right hand to the body. Again from Benn, who's so dominant in this 8th round. He's the man who's forcing this fight. Eubank feints to throw a right hand, thinks better of it, and then flicks out a pawing left hand lead, and Benn evades that easily. Left hand, right hand from Benn, and he gets Eubank into the corner, and Eubank wants to hold on. Good combination from Benn.
Yeah, good solid work there from Conor Benn, and Chris Eubank just being taken back to his corner. Something happened there.
Gum shield came out.
Gum shield has come out and just installed the gum shield back in, but yeah, good moment there from Conor Benn.
And Benn now looks well in command in this 8th round. Eubank short of the target again as he tries to double up with the left-hand lead, and then tries to throw a left-hand counter as Benn ducks in low, and he's way short of the mark. His timing is nowhere tonight, Eubank Jr. Left-hand, right-hand to the body, again from Benn. It's all Conor Benn. Left-hand again from Eubank, once more off target, and then misses with a right cross, but there was an uppercut in there.
Yeah, but they all missed as well, and you're right, John, you know, the timing and the balance all seems to be gone here from Chris Eubank. He's trying to find something from somewhere, but it's Conor Benn racking up these rounds at the moment. Eubank Jr. needs something big when we go into the last quarter of this contest, or last third of this contest, because he is falling behind.
Referee speaking to both men about fouls in close, and he's giving him a bit of a riot attack. The crowd don't like it. They want to see the action go, and here comes Eubank. Good right hand, and Benn takes it well. Last 10 seconds of the round. Benn misses with a big right hand of his own, and maybe at last fast. The action is going to start upping here because Eubank Jr. needs a huge run in the closing stages of this fight. We'll go into the Eubank corner now and hear how exactly they're going to try and rev him up.
Like shit. Huh? We got 4 more rounds. We got to pick it up. We need these last 4 rounds. Anytime you get close, you got to go. He's bringing the action to you. He's being third. He's bringing the action. It's looking good to the second. You got to stop that. You want to get close? Jab and go. Jab and go. But jab and take a half a step back. You're going to have to take everything in you now, mate.
Start using your veins too. Jab, jab, vein, go. Angle, jab, jab, angle, go.
The bump of your soul, son. The bump of your soul. All right? Everything. You go out there and make a statement.
Eubank Jr. landed 2 big right hands in that round. Was it enough to win him the round?
No, I don't think it was. I think that the overall work from Conor Benn was enough to win the round. Eubank Jr. for me falling way behind on the scorecards now, and he needs something big here. He needs to at least win all of these rounds and possibly a knockdown with that as well, just to get something out of this. More than likely needs a knockout here, Eubank Jr., who's boxed terrible tonight.
He has looked a faded fighter here. Oh, good work from Benn. Left hand, right hand, smack into the face of Eubank Jr., who takes it well, but fast hands from Benn, and an impressive start to this 9th round, and surely Eubank Jr. at very least has got to win the remaining rounds if he's going to take this fight.
Yeah, he certainly is, and we're not seeing any signs of that as he tries to push forward, clumsily falling over his own feet there. Eubank Jr., Conor Benn, staying nice and composed. It was all about keeping those emotions in check, and he's done that tonight so far. Boxed very well, behind the jab, landing some good right hands, slams in the left hook to the body there as well.
Eddie Hearn came up with some statement this week about how Conor Benn was going to retire Chris Eubank. Well, I wonder, because Eubank Jr. has looked a shadow of the man who was in the ring back in April, and a shadow of the man who figured in some great performances early in his career. His timing's been out. Good work again from Benn. Left hand, right hand, punch into the face of Eubank Jr., who tries to respond with his own right hook, but there was a laboured, tired look to it.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I think that if Benn was to win this one and we was to get the trilogy, you'd need something good in this second fight. We've not got that so far. All we've seen from Eubank is a tired-looking fighter that's a shell of his former self tonight.
I'm afraid to say I agree 100% with that, and Benn is on the front foot, trying to look for a hurtful combination which will put yet another round in his pocket. He's won round after round with faster hands, better footwork, better balance and a better game plan.
Absolutely, the balance has been terrible from Chris Eubank Jr. tonight, and that is one of the telling signs that maybe his best days are behind him.
30 seconds to go in this 9th round, as Benn, as so often, is on the front foot, cutting off the ring, forcing Eubank back with his footwork as much as the punches that he's landing, short of the target with a left-hand lead, trying to measure him maybe for one big right hand in the remaining seconds of this 9th round. Eubank ducks low, tried to catch him with a right uppercut. There was a left hook, which was a scoring shot for Eubank, but Benn on the front foot still in the closing seconds. 9th round ends. Well, for me, that's another round for Conor Benn. I don't know about you, Adam.
He is comfortably ahead. Comfortably ahead. He's completely cruising this fight. I genuinely believe there's a finish there for him if he really, really wants it. But the thing that has been super impressive is his composure and his discipline, and he's sticking to the game plan. All Conor's got to do is keep doing what he's doing, and he will cruise to a points decision victory. Just a little heads up before I hand back to the commentary team. The watch-along is going great guns right now. Hello to my family who are watching. Evening. Anyway, there's 40,000 people that are watching as well, and you can go and join them too. Myself, Gareth Davies, Spencer Oliver, Dave Allen, and John Rowling calling you through this fight here at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Go and get yourself stuck in. There's a poll on there. Who do you think is currently winning this? Well, it's a very easy poll to answer. Go and get stuck in.
Benn's winning by a distance, and we come now into the 10th round, and I'm reminded so much of the second fight between Eubank and Benn Senior, which wound up as a draw, but most people who were in Old Trafford that night thought that Nigel Benn was robbed and that he should have won it, but the drama of that second fight was nothing like the first, and this is a little bit the same.
Yeah, you called it before this action even kicked off tonight, John. You said, reminded us what happened in that second fight with the fathers, and dare I say it, we're getting a repeat here with the sons, where it is nothing like the action we got in that first fight. It's quite disappointing, actually. Chris Eubank Jr. looks tired, laboured.
Surely Conor Benn can't get robbed here, though. I mean, he's dictated the terms here, Dave Allen.
Yeah, it's quite a sad watch, really. Very one-sided. I didn't expect it to be this one-sided in any. I thought Eubank could win. I didn't think it'd be that one-sided at all. It's quite sad. Eubank looked really disinterested at this point. He looked beaten. You know, we're still 2.5 rounds to go, but he looks beaten. He's not even putting the pressure on. He looks like he's in survival mode, really.
There's a few whistles and jeers from the crowd as well.
There's a few.
That is so different.
There's a few boos from the crowd, John. Let me tell you that. They're looking for something. They want something. And Eubank is the one that needs to deliver that.
Well, he needs a massive end to this fight. He's surely going to have to floor Conor Benn, let alone win these last 3 rounds. And he's coming forward, plodding forward, but another right hand from Conor Benn draws enthusiastic applause from the far side of the ring from his promoter Eddie Hearn, who surely sees that here is a man who, if he goes back to light middleweight or maybe even to welterweight, is destined for a world title shot.
Well, he's certainly proved himself in these 2 battles with Chris Eubank Jr. and if he keeps going the way he's going here in this second one, he's going to come out victorious. 50 seconds left of this 10th round, and it's all Conor Benn at the moment.
Good right hand counter from Eubank Jr. as Benn came in, trying to follow up on a scoring right hand of his own. There's no authority in that left jab of Eubank. He's not snapped it at any stage. He's used it as a pawing rangefinder. That's better, but there's not been enough of those. And the left hand does get in now from Eubank Jr. He's got to find something dramatic and find it very soon.
Yeah, Dave Allen, I'll bring you in here, and Eubank Jr. really does look like a fighter at the end of his career, doesn't he?
He looks in survival mode, which is really, really sad to see. Looks like he was trying to see the final bell. I don't know. Beaumont being in the corner, I thought you'd have seen this in the gym, I would have thought. I don't know.
Maybe he's dead at the weight. That's another possibility. Anyway, we go now into the Conor Benn corner, where Tony Sims will be the voice you hear.
Take the jab out and then grab hold here. Come on, put that zow on it. Boom, boom, and then go again. Boom, boom, boom. You got 2 rounds now. Come on, let's go on it now. Just trying to nick the last 10 seconds. He ain't doing nothing in the whole round. Try and nick the last 10 seconds. On my head. Let's go. Come on, 6 minutes to win this fight. Don't leave it up to the judges. Let's go on in there. I mean, you've got loads in you. Don't hold back, mate. Right, he's only trying to throw the backhand up in there.
This is our main event of the night on talkSPORT, the home of boxing. It's Benn against Eubank, and the upset is on. Benn, on my card, is way in front.
Yep, Eubank has got to find something from somewhere, and he's going to have to take a gamble here. He's going to have to let the shots go, hold his ground, because he's been boxing on the back foot and not wanting to engage here. And the crowd, the 60,000 strong fans that are in this place, are not really appreciating this performance here from Eubank Jr.
We've seen these pictures of him in a sauna with a sweatsuit on and looking Well, I mean, I know some people thought he looked great at the weigh-in yesterday. I beg to differ. I thought he looked emaciated, and certainly in there tonight, he's not looked remotely like the Eubank that we've seen on his best nights.
It looks like he has no strength in him, there's no power in his shots. You know, I'm sure all these people play, you know, the booing, they want to see a knockout finish. I want to see him see the final bell.
Well, yeah, we don't want to see him finish as a really beaten fighter. His father in the corner looks sad and dejected. Eubank Senior, that's better from Eubank. A good body shot, good right hand, but they also had a close-up between rounds on the face of Nigel Benn, and he had a smile on his face and gave 2 big thumbs up to the camera.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm with Dave Allen on this one. I go like, you're starting to feel a little bit sorry for Chris, because you know that he looks like a totally shot fighter, if I'm totally honest when I'm saying that. You know when the fight is at the end of his career, his balance is gone, the timing's out, he goes into survival mode, every shot he's getting hit with looks like someone's hitting him with an iron bar, and you go, you just want to see him hit the final bell, and, you know, and maybe sail off into the sunset, because on this performance, I don't want to see Chris back in the ring.
He's being outboxed, outfought and outpunched by a man who is smaller and has had the bulk of his career as a welterweight. Eubank Jr., who's been a middleweight and a super middleweight, and now here comes Benn again, piling on the pressure, looking for combinations, looking for headshots, and Eubank just sank back onto his heels, and looked bedraggled and sorry for himself, Dave.
He's not reacting well to the punches at all. Anytime he gets caught with anything upstairs, he just looks really uncomfortable anytime anything lands.
I remember late in his career, Roy Jones Jr. looked a sad shell of the fighter he once was. His timing had gone, his reactions had gone, his power had gone, and I'm afraid to say, for Eubank Jr., unless he finds something amazing as he's wrestled to the floor by Benn in these last 10 seconds, he's got to knock Benn out, and only 1 round remaining after this, and it ain't coming. He looks a shell of the man he once was, and Benn is surely heading towards the fight and the win of his career.
I'll be honest, I'm absolutely flabbergasted. One, Conor Benn has stuck to a game plan. The discipline has been absolutely sensational. He's done what he's come here to do. I will be absolutely gobsmacked at the end of this fight if Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't retire. It just isn't there.
I think it's the right call, and almost everyone here has said it, even though we want him to get to the end of the fight. Dispirited, dishevelled, no change of pattern in the fight, dominated by the naturally smaller but younger fighter by 6 years, the 29-year-old against a very aged 36-year-old tonight, I'm afraid.
People have paid thousands and thousands to be at ringside here. They've been so short by the contest.
But yeah, maybe, but he didn't know that when he stepped in there. He's had a camp, he tried to do it. You can't take anything away from the tenacity of young Benn, who I've got 9 rounds to 2 ahead.
And he's boxed very well as Conor Benn. Eubank's got to knock him out. Good jab from Benn. First scoring shot of the round. Straight down through the guard. Straight ramrod, fast left jab. And another one. And another. And there's nothing back from Eubank Jr. He's on the front foot. He's bravely getting into range, trying to get into range to land some big shot from somewhere, but it's just not coming.
Yeah, I tell you what, Eubank will go out on his silks. He's a proud man, and he's going to try and push it in this last round, and that might be his undoing. He might get knocked out in the process of doing that, but he's going to give it a go whatever happens, because he will know himself as a fighter in there. He'll feel bitterly disappointed because he wants to do it, but his body just won't allow him to.
Well, he'll have been told by his corner, every aging sportsman, whatever the sport, there comes a point where the one opponent you can't beat, Father Time, gets the better of you, and I think that's that night for Eubank Jr.
Yeah, we talked about that in the week, and we said Eubank Jr. would start, for me, a bigger favourite going into this one, but the one thing that did worry me was Father Time playing his part, and it clearly has.
Good jab there from Eubank Jr., but he doesn't follow it up. Scoring shot, but he needed so many more of those earlier in the contest. Left hand, right hand from Benn, and then a right hand counter from Eubank. Better action midway stage of this 12th and final round here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on talkSPORT.
Yeah, better action here, as I said. Eubank will try and get out on his shield. Conor Benn meeting him in the centre of the ring. Good work from both guys in this 12th round. But it's not been a patch on the first contest in the same stadium here back in April.
Two jabs from Eubank find the target. Centre ring. Benn. Oh, he's put him down. He's put him down. Benn has put Eubank down with the left hand, right hand. And as we said, as he comes looking for the opportunity and the chance to knock Benn out, he left himself square and caught beautifully by a combination from Benn. And Benn now is looking to end this one in devastating fashion in the final round. He's looking for Eubank. More headshots. Eubank might go down again. He's holding on desperately. Is he going to see it through to the final battle? Here comes Benn. Right hand, chopping right hand. And another. And Eubank goes down. The count's on. Knocked down for the second time. May have been around the back of the head. But Eubank Jr. says, I'm okay. I'm okay. I can keep going.
He's not okay because he couldn't move his legs. The bell come there and saved Chris Eubank Jr. from getting stopped. But unfortunately, we witnessed the end of Chris Eubank Jr. tonight. That was a shell of the man that we formerly knew. Credit to Conor Benn for getting that victory there. He had to deal with that emotional pressure and he delivered. But Eubank tonight was a shot fighter.
That's going to be a 10-7 last round. And I tell you what, Dave, Benn has won this by an absolute street.
I mean, you have to be happy for Conor Benn and say well done, but the overriding feeling is just one of sadness, really. He's a very good fighter who's been a great servant to the game. Get embarrassed by the smaller man. His main rival, his arch rival, been embarrassed by him tonight, really. Sad, really.
You said it. You called it, didn't you? You said, I don't want to see him knocked out. And he so nearly was.
Yeah, it was sad near the end. I'm glad he got through it, but in today's social media age, tonight will stay with him a long time. The money he got for tonight, hopefully, it was worth it.
He'll get slaughtered after that, won't he?
Yeah.
And then I hope he gets the credit he deserved because he fought a very good fight.
I thought he boxed,
Eubank clearly at the end of the road.
I thought Benn boxed well. I still don't think he's a world-class fighter. I think he's a good fighter who beat him. Shot to bits, Chris Eubank.
Really, as bad as that?
Yeah, shot to bits, finished. Conor Benn's a good fighter. He's not. I don't think Conor Benn's a world-class fighter. We have no proof of that. Eubank was terrible. It was really, really, really bad. It was actually I was actually sad to watch him.
And all the bad blood now, it's forgotten, isn't it? I mean, they're up there hugging, and that's nice to see. But as a sporting contest, it just wasn't there.
No, it wasn't a great fight. Can't do no fault of Conor Benn. He did what he had to do, but Chris Eubank, surely he can't have known he was going to be that bad. He can't have known. Can't have known, because he was terrible.
It's a very sad thing to witness, and I just talked to Spencer while you guys were chatting. There's no future for him right now. He's earned an incredible amount of money for these last two fights. As we were saying before this, it's a fairy tale for Conor Benn, but it's a nightmare end for Chris Eubank because...
Humiliating.
Yeah, very humiliating, as Dave was just talking about. Very sad to watch. He's always been a very strong, very proud fighter, and no matter what he looked for tonight, it wasn't there. It just wasn't there for him.
Spencer, Dave, can I just ask you both, you know, he's performed so badly tonight. Is it possible that you can go into a fight still thinking that you can do it and then perform like that, or would he have known in the training?
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you right now, that the fighter's the first one to know it, but the last one to admit it. And that's what's happened there tonight. Chris Eubank Jr. would have known after that last fight, and maybe in this training camp that he'd left it, but he don't want to admit it. They still want to put themselves through it. I think he's closed the chapter on his own career tonight, because I think that he will accept now, Dave, you know this as a fighter as well, he will accept now that his days are done in the boxing ring, and he would not have accepted it after that last fight because he won.
Yeah.
But let the training camp, he'd be going, no, I will deliver.
Yeah, so this is a man who's beat Abraham, you know, beat DeGale. He's had so many great wins at middle and super middle. He's just got beat by a welterweight who hasn't got a win beyond British. He hasn't even won a British title, and that sounds harsh. Benn probably will prove he is bordering world level, but terrible. I'm really sad about it. I know he's got paid a hell of a lot of money, but I think if you ask him, to be honest, is it worth it for that performance tonight? I'm not sure, because that's how people will remember him. That's just human nature.
Do you know what it means? Do you know what it is? It's how boxing works and the circle of life in boxing. Do you know what it reminded me a little bit of there? When James DeGale got beat by Chris Eubank Jr. and he looked a shell of his former self. The coordination wasn't there. He looked completely shot. And you thought, what a sad end to a career, because that's how he's going to be remembered.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Howard Foster, 119-107. John Latham, 116-110. Marcus McDonnell, 118-108. All three scorecards go to the winner by unanimous decision. He's now defeated every man he's ever faced in the ring. He is Conor the Destroyer Benn.
Up on his dad's shoulders as well, Adam. All yours.
Incredible. An incredible performance, as the boys have been pointing out throughout the whole course of the week. Yes, you need a little bit of luck, you need a few things to go your way on big moments like this, but I don't want to take anything away from that performance. Conor Benn tonight rolls as a boxer. We saw him as a fighter in April, didn't we? He went toe-to-toe, he had a good go at it, but he was well and truly beaten. Tonight, there was moments there that the old Conor Benn would have rolled the dice and maybe put himself at major risk. He boxed tonight, he uses his brain, he stuck to a game plan, he kept discipline, he kept cool head, as Dave Allen was talking about in the build-up to this. All those things are tick, 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 tick. If that man can get his body down to 147 pounds, there's some big nights ahead for him.
Absolutely, and he is capable of winning a world title at 147, maybe 154. We've talked about the demise of Chris Eubank because it's been so stark tonight, but what a celebration for Conor Benn. Timing.
Let's hear from him. Jamie Ward's in the ring right now talking to Conor Benn.
Right now and how this feels. How does it feel? I got one on you, Nige. I got one on you, mate. But hold that. Yeah, do you know what? I want to thank everyone who's come out tonight. Oh, it's been some journey, and I feel like this is the end of the Benn Eubank saga. Done and finished. It's over. I know Chris has twins coming, and I've got my boy, but this ends here.
A completely different fight, Conor, from the first one in April, and a completely different performance from yourself. What felt differently in the ring tonight for you?
Well, everyone's saying I can't box. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. How about that?
You pushed for the finish right until the very end, Conor, after 24 epic rounds with your arch rival Chris Eubank Jr. What do you have to say about him?
It's gone quiet real quick. I mean, listen, this wouldn't have been what it was without Chris. And our dads, most of all. This is generational. This has never been done before in history. So, credit to Chris. Credit to Chris, man. That's all I've got to say. Thank you for sharing the ring with me.
We'll see if we can grab a word with Chris Eubank Jr. Wonderful to see the respect.
Not bad for two silver spoon kids, eh?
Chris, commiserations. Chris, the verdict from commentary was that even from round one, you didn't quite look yourself in the ring tonight. What went wrong tonight, Chris Eubank Jr.?
Yeah, I've been through I've been through hell and back to get to this night, and you know, it is what it is. I tried my best, and listen, the kid fought hard, he fought tough. He's got power, this kid. You know, he was bigger than me on the scouts. I don't know how you did it. I'm looking at him, he's 168. I'm listening to him, like, what the hell's going on? But listen, we put on a show, yeah, Conor Benn was the best man tonight, so congratulations to him.
What's next for you, Chris? I know it's very fresh, but it is one apiece. Conor says it's the end of the Eubank-Benn saga. What's your opinion on that?
It's 1-1. I've got to go away and deal with some of the things I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. And who knows, maybe we'll see something new with me and him, maybe we won't. But for right now, it's all about this man, it's his night. Congratulations.
Commiserations, Chris, but congratulations on being a wonderful sport, and we look forward to seeing what is next. Conor, if it's not the trilogy next, back down to 147, what's next for Conor Benn?
I fancy Barrios for the WBC world title. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero, Devin Haney, all of them Yanks can get it any day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Let's bring in your dad, Nigel Benn. Where is he? Is he in the mix somewhere? Nigel Benn's over there. Let's bring in Nigel Benn alongside your son here, Nigel. We're live around the world. If you just turn around, Nigel, and face the cameras here. How proud are you of your son tonight, witnessing what you just witnessed in the ring?
I don't know. I'm going to get it. He's got one up on me, so, you know, I know I'm going to get it, but I'm so proud of what he done tonight. And he stick to his game plan. He worked the body. You know, I can't fault what he done. Unanimous decision. He done what he had to do. Now he can drop back down to 147, win the WBC, get rid of the intercontinental stuff, grab the real belt. Proud of your son. Well done, mate.
Hearing those words, Conor, that your father's proud of you, ultimately, is that all that really matters?
That's all that matters. I come in here tonight and all that matters is my dad, me, my old man, the family feud. There was a lot of pressure on me to settle it tonight. I felt the pressure. Not from the world, not from anyone, but I just wanted to do the family name proud. And like, I've completed it, mate. I've completed it, mate. Forget everything else. It will forever. It will forever be in history. 1-0. Do you
have a final message, Conor, before we bring in promoter Eddie Hearn, for everyone who came out tonight?
I don't even know what you said.
A final message to everyone who came out tonight and witnessed another special occasion.
A big thank you to everyone. I won't be the man I am, I won't be the fighter I am. It's been some journey, we've been through adversity, we've been through everything, and we're only just getting started.
It seems like this is special for the whole family here in the ring for you tonight as well, Conor.
I didn't see you there, where'd you sneak in?
I don't know. I'm so proud of you.
Listen, let's just pick that up. Conor Benn being embraced by family members, his mum, his dad, and obviously Eddie Hearn as they break away from that conversation. Hopefully we'll get some words with Gareth A. Davies and Conor very, very shortly. You can see the relief, Dave, on the man's face. This has been a family feud that has been going on for 35 years. And for him to finally get one officially over the line for the Benn family, you can see what it means to him.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. I thought he boxed well. Thought he did what he had to do. My overriding emotion is one of, like, I've watched Chris Eubank for a long time, 12 years, maybe 13 years. It was sad to watch, really. I know he's got paid a lot of money, but really, really tough watch. I thought really, really hard to watch. He was so bad.
From an analytical point of view, Spence, it's quite difficult now to pick the bones out of that, because you don't really want to take too much away from Conor Benn. I mean, we're talking about a lad that is a 147, 154 fighter, stepping up in weight to take on a challenge that he fell short of in April after taking a quite relatively one-sided defeat in April. But he's come back, and he has performed fantastically well. Everything that he has set out to do in his camp, he has been absolutely fantastic this evening. But there will be that part of the conversation where you look at his opponent and you think, that was a shadow of his former self.
Eubank Jr. was terrible tonight, but that's taking nothing away from Conor Benn. He had to deal with that emotional pressure going into the ring. He got beat in that last fight. They knew what they were both going into. He didn't know that Eubank Jr. was going to turn up with like that. So you know, you look at that performance, you go, you done the job, son. You done really well. You delivered. You know, and now it's about finding that weight category. I personally don't think he can drop back down to 147.
It'll be tough. I think it will be tough.
I think that he loses all his punch resistance, he loses all his strength, and he won't be the fighter that he is at, say, 154. I think that would be his optimum weight. That's probably where he'll be best placed. But look, taking nothing away from him, he delivered tonight. He'd done the job. He'd done what he had to do, and that was what it was all about, you know. Just getting that victory was the most important thing. So, yeah, credit where credit's due.
I'm just looking at the divisions. 154 is blooming tough, innit? When you've got the likes of the Ennises and the Ortizes.
This is the problem.
And floated around.
And you drop down to 147.
But the opportunity is there, I think. Yeah, but I think the opportunity is there. The Rolly Romeros of this world, the Mario Barrioses. I mean, Lewis Crocker's picked up a title there, hasn't he? There's fights there, and you can make an account for Conor Benn to be competitive in those fights. Against Ennis and against Ortiz, you're probably not giving him too much of a chance.
Fair shout, yeah, fair shout. The best weight for him, the easiest weight for him to pick up a world title would be 147. He hasn't done that for 4 years, but the team think he can do it, so, you know, good luck to him. Let's see if he can drop down and pick that world title up.
What were the things that you were super impressed with tonight from him, Dev?
Not much, really. I wouldn't say I was super impressed. I thought he was patient, he jabbed well. He did what he had to do, which I thought was probably the most impressive thing I would say. He did what he had to do. He was good. He didn't have to be any better than good, though. Eubank was that bad.
Well, let's get the thoughts of Eddie Hearn, because he's with Gareth A. Davies right now.
Eddie, what an amazing performance by Conor tonight.
I mean, it was a complete shutout, wasn't it? Schooling, really. Won every round, dropped it. I mean, 10 more seconds, the fight's over. Different kind of fight, obviously, to the first fight, but needed to be. Needed to box smart and not use his emotions in there. I thought he boxed really well, busted him up to the body, and yeah, massive win for a welterweight to come up to middleweight and avenge that defeat and finally get a victory for the Benn family in the 4th episode.
35 years in the making.
Yeah,
no need for a trilogy, no?
No, we want to move back down. Conor's the new star of British boxing, you know. I mean, look, he's filled Tottenham twice, and, you know, he needed to be a bit smarter there. You know how exciting he is, but he just needed every round. I was just saying to him, just concentrate, please, just concentrate. And it's 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, and it's just don't switch off. And even was going for the finish at the end when he really didn't need to. So you're going to see him move back down to 147 now and be in some massive fights.
I was watching you towards the end where you were kind of, you know, you get very, very excited for your guys. You've been through a long journey for 3 years with Conor, with the clomiphene and everything. It's been a long, long journey.
I just said there on the interview, you know, this is, you see, Movember, right? It's a period where we're trying to raise awareness for men who are struggling, right? And of course, you know, the suicide rate is through the roof. People don't realise what Conor Benn went through. I mean, he spent his entire life savings fighting his name. Yeah. You know, he put his houses up for sale, he sold all his cars, he was down and out, he was totally finished. Every time he turned on social media, people were slating him. The media were slating him without really hearing the story. And we knew what a good kid this is. We believed in him. But that's not enough. Honestly, he was so low, he was done. And somehow, through faith and determination and hard work, he found his way back in the game. And he should be an inspiration to those people. Whatever you think of him, know this, he was finished, flat on the floor. He talked about taking his own life. Look at him now, he's just filled Spurs twice. He's on top of the world. There's always a way back, and he's a great shining light for that.
Thank you, Eddie. We'll let you go and make the AJ and Jake Paul fights. Yeah, and Tony Sims is here. What vindication for you tonight, Tony. It was a brilliant fight in April, but he was amazing tonight, Conor Benn, wasn't he? You created the game plan with him. Are you delighted for him and yourself?
I am, you know, it's like I said at the press conference on Thursday. He had to make adjustments to beat Chris Eubank. He worked hard on making him adjustments. You know, he used his feet smartly, countered good. His body attacks was really good. And, you know, I just thought we outclassed Chris tonight. And, like, obviously, if the round was a bit longer in the round, it would have been all over in that 12th round. But, listen, like you say, it's vindication, and it's great to get a game plan and for your fighter to follow it like he did and win the fight really convincingly.
We're lucky enough to be able to hear what's going on between rounds as well. You kept it very cool, calm and collected. and just said to him, just keep doing what you're doing. You knew he could break through towards the end. Did you want him to get a stoppage? Did you let him off the leash at the end?
I thought he could have got the stoppage within the last 2 or 3 rounds. That's what I said to him. I didn't feel like Chris had a lot left in the tank, and he took a lot of body shots which slowed him down from the beginning, and he very nearly got that, you know. And but listen, it's just great to get the win.
For the Benns as well, because you and Nigel have been friends for 40-odd, 50 years almost.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and to be part of the redemption is fantastic. And like the last couple of years, what he went through, it was terrible. But to come out like he has there, he stuck to the game plan, boxed smartly, and basically won nearly every round. So
I think you did at least 10 out of the 12 anyway.
Yeah, it was a great win for him, and now I just want to drop him down to his natural weight at 147 and claim a world title. That's the aim.
That was my next question, really. Who would you like him to face at welterweight?
Well, obviously the Barrios fight is very appealing because he's got the WBC title, and he wants to emulate Nigel by winning a WBC title, and that would be the title we'd really want to win.
You've been through a lot as well, that the last 3 years with Conor. I mean, it must feel like a weight's lifted tonight as we wait for Conor to come over.
Yeah, exactly, you know, and obviously he went into the first fight with Chris, not making excuses, but he was out for a long time, and when you're inactive in boxing, you know, your timing just can't get there with the timing. But tonight his timing was on point. You know, he was hitting Chris with jabs and right hands to the body. He was catching him all over, really, and his timing was good. You know, and I feel like, you know, we see the real Conor Benn tonight, and he can drop down to his natural weight, and he's a heavy-handed puncher down at welterweight. You know, it's not easy putting 160-pound fighters on the canvas. So, you know, it's, you know, I'm looking forward to boxing.
I'm going to send you over there and get in the team photo, Tony. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you guys.
Gareth, just paint a picture of what's going on right now, because there does actually feel like in that ring that there is a sense of relief. That's the key word that I think you used there with Tony Sims, that there is a sense of relief that this long wait for this moment is now here.
Absolutely, and I think it's a big family group here tonight. A big gym family group. John Ryder, Tony Sims, Dan Lawrence, his strength and conditioning coach, Nigel, Benn himself. You remember they're celebrating 35 years of having lost to the Eubanks, and so this is a moment, as I was saying, when I was speaking to Eddie about it and Tony about it, that they've gone through, the fathers had their 2 fights 3 years apart, and in many ways this rivalry has been 3 years apart, but for different reasons altogether, with Conor Benn trying to clear his name over those adverse drug findings. So it must be a massively emotional as well as joyous time for him tonight. I'm just going to try and get Conor as he comes over to the corner I'm in. I just want to ask Spencer and Dave really how happy they would be feeling right now if they were in the same scenario.
Yeah, listen, look, I think it's been an emotional ride for Conor Benn, isn't it? And like, he's going to feel like he's had a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. He tried, you know, for victory there back in April. It didn't go his way, but he come out with a lot of credibility, and he's gone back into that rematch with a lot of emotional pressure on his shoulders because he needed a victory and he needed it bad tonight, and he got it, and he done it in style, you know. And so you got to give credit where credit's due. Yeah, respect to that.
Come back to me.
I can throw it back to Gareth,
yes,
can I?
Please, yes, please.
Go on then, mate. You take over.
Conor, just a word. What an amazing moment. No, he's not going to talk to talkSPORT right now. He's on his way.
No problem. Let him enjoy this moment, because it is a really significant moment in the career of Conor Benn. A fantastic victory tonight, just in case you are tuning in to talkSPORT. We've been live on the Boxing YouTube channel and obviously live right across the network. It's a significant victory for him this evening, and the noise throughout the course of the week, Spencer, he was alluding to the fact that this was one and done, 2 and done at 160, and that he would go back down at some point to his more natural weight. I can see Azim over there. Is he walking in the crowd? He is, isn't he? Just having a little bit of a chill, walking through the crowd there, Azim, after
soaking it up a little bit, as you do,
after a victory earlier on. But yes, going back down to 147 is absolutely, for me, if he can get that body down there, and that's going to be the big thing. He spent a long time now away from 147 pounds, best part of 4 years, isn't it?
Sure.
So it's going to take some serious work getting him back down there.
Absolutely, because when you put on that muscle mass, you know, we've talked about fighters in the past going through the weights like Roy Jones did and then coming back down again, and they're never the same fighter. So look, Conor's going to have to do it, you know, he's going to have to do it carefully, and over time, but if he can get back down to 147 and perform at the highest level there, then there's the possibilities for the world titles.
Gentlemen, for your company all this week, thank you very much. Obviously, it didn't live up to the first one as a fight and as a spectacle, but as a talking point, there's lots to pick the bones out of which we're going to get stuck into with the Fight Night Daily post-event podcast. We'll get stuck into that for you shortly, and it'll be available for you on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. All the fallout on talkSPORT throughout the course of the week. Make sure you come and join us. But the headline from Tottenham Hotspur is that Conor Benn rang the bell of Chris Eubank Jr.